So, dear colleagues, good morning. Sorry for a small delay. My name is Karolina Bogdana. I'm a vice chairwoman of the Council of the Lithuanian Comparative Literature Association. Today I will be the chair of the session as well. It's really an honor to welcome you to the conference about literature in the eras of the conflict, about ideology and ethics. Unfortunately, we're living, I think, in a melting pot, and we basically are living in the never-ending crisis. So today, to talk about the crisis, it's, well, not that easy, but I'm really glad that we have around 26 presentations and we can think about different ways of dealing with the crisis and also to think about different crisis and historical traumas and different literatures and different aspects of it. And I would like to remind you that today we'll have only 3 presentations because one of the presenters got sick. So we'll have around 20 minutes for the presentations and around 10 minutes for discussions after the presentations. And I would like to also invite the director of the Lithuanian Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore to give a nice and warm speech for us.
Good morning. I'm glad that you are in Vilnius in Lithuania, and welcome to Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore. And I think that the main topics in this conference will talk in very actual problems and literature in eras of conflict, ideology, and ethics. Very important conference. And I would like to present for you gift of our institute. This is book of young Jewish poet Matilda Otkinaitė, Unlocked Diary in Lithuanian and in English, and you can see very interesting book and very, how to say, aesthetic book. So this present will take for you sonata. So I think that conference will be interesting and we shall have fruitful time and good topics. So have a good conference.
Forgot to tell all of you who are here that I'm using the microphone because of the people who are in Zoom. So unfortunately, as you will come to present your topics, you'll need to keep the microphone in your hands. I'm sorry for that, but this is not only for us, but for the people that they can hear you pretty good. So, as Silvia Garcia Palauro is from the University of Houston, won't participate because she's got sick. So, Katya, I see that you are here. So, we would like to start with Katya Anderson from the University of Maryland and her presentation about conversations causing conflicts, tension, and turmoil in Jasmina Reza's theater plays.
Yes, hello.
Good morning, Katya. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Good morning. And can you see my presentation already?
Yes, but it's not in the full screen.
Yes, let's see. Here we go, slideshow from the beginning. Is it better now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So let me start with my paper. Good morning to our conference participants in Vilnius, Lithuania, and to those joining us from around the world. I would like to thank the organizers, both from the Lithuanian Comparative Literature Association and the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore, for the opportunity to present virtually on conversations causing conflicts, tension and turmoil in Jasmina Reza's theater plays. My name is Katja Anderson. I'm an associate professor for French, German, and history at the University of Maryland Global Campus. My US students reside in the Americas, Africa, Asia, Europe, and Oceania. Conflict and human nature are the prevalent themes in Jasmina Reza's plays. I will focus on 3 of her theater plays today. First, Art, which premiered in 1994, then Trois versions de la vie, or Lives times 3, in the year 2000, and finally Risa's popular play Le Dieu du Carnage, or The God of Carnage, in 2006. Evocative on Jean-Paul Sartre's existentialist play Huis Clos, or No Exit, first performed in 1944, this trio by the contemporary French playwright depicts attempts at polite exchanges leading to increasingly heated conversations that turn into turmoil as the interactions advance and spiral out of control. My presentation illuminates the diverse aspects and causes of conflicts characters encounter when they discuss modern art, the universe, and parental responsibilities in these three plays that were translated into many languages and are performed today around the world. There are crucial similarities between all three plays, such as the undulating rise and fall of tension when protagonists interact and the descent into the abyss of hostilities and aggressions. Yasmina Reza is a French playwright, novelist, director, and actress. She was born on May 1st, 1959 in Paris, France. Her mother was a violinist from Budapest, Hungary, and her father an Iranian engineer, both of Jewish descent, who immigrated to France. Yasmina studied in Paris before starting her career as an actress. Her first two plays both won the Molière Award. Conversation après un enterrement in 1986, or in English, Conversations After a Burial, and La Traversée de l'Hiver in 1989, Winter Crossing in English. Yasmina Reza earned wide recognition for her play Art, or in English Art, which won 3 French Molière Awards, the British Laurence Olivier Award, and the US Tony Award. Her play Le Dieu du Carnage won the Olivier and the Tony Award. In addition, she wrote novels, screenplays, and a biography of Nicolas Sarkozy, as well as her own autobiography. In the play Art, the friendship of 3 men unravels due to the purchase of a plain white painting for an exorbitant amount of money. On this slide, we see 2 scenes from theater performances that are also available on YouTube for free viewing in English and French. The play Art focuses on how the purchase of a very expensive painting featuring a blank canvas leads to disagreements and quarrels between the 3 friends, Serge, Marc, and Yvon. The 3 friends are united by shared experiences, yet divided by different values, levels of income, and social status. When the dermatologist Serge buys an all-white painting for 200,000 francs, his friend Marc, an engineer and intellectual, is shocked and upset, whereas their mutual friend Yvon, who works at a stationery company, is caught in between his 2 competitive friends. Latent conflict simmering under the surface boils over through the catalyst of this painting, which incites arguments and exposes underlying grievances. The all-white painting and minimalist set designs heighten focus on character interactions. Trois versions de la vie, or Life times 3, show 3 different versions of 2 couples spending one evening together, although they dislike each other. From the beginning of the evening, tensions are high because the guests, Hubert and Inès Finidori, arrive a day early for a dinner party, and the young son of the hosting couple, Henri et Sonia, is constantly calling from his bedroom since he is hungry and cannot fall asleep. Underlying professional rivalry between the 2 astrophysicists, Hubert and Henri, and unresolved marital discord rise to the surface as the conversations progress. Similar to the movie Groundhog Day, the theater play Life times 3 uses a deliberately repetitive storyline to explore different versions of the same evening, resulting in progressively worse scenarios. I base my analysis on the following model by Eric Brahm, with 7 different stages of conflict, starting with latent tension, advancing to open clashes, eventually de-escalating to settle on a compromise or to start all over again. Here we see stage 1, latent conflict, due to different needs, values, and interests. Stage 2, emergence of obvious conflict after triggering event. Stage 3, escalation. Stress and anxiety contribute to increased arguments. Stage 4, herding stalemate. Painful, destructive, polarized phase of conflict. Stage 5, de-escalation, negotiation. Attempt to find compromise, a sign for a pause. Stage 6, settlement, resolution, analytical problem-solving approach, mediation. And finally, stage 7, post-conflict peace building, reconciliation to repair relationships. The theater play art starts at stage 1, with a latent conflict between three friends boiling over, prompted by a modern art painting. In Life Times 3, the conflict between husband and wife with their young son has already emerged when the boss arrives unexpectedly with his wife for dinner that was planned for the next day. The play Le Dieu du Carnage, or The God of Carnage, begins at stage 5, when two couples try to negotiate a compromise after their sons fought in a public park, and one boy hurt the other one's two front teeth with a stick. However, instead of moving directly onto the initially intended resolution, the conflict is reignited, this time among the adult parents. We will look at this third theater play in more detail after we review the various recurring conflict issues in Yasmina Reza's play listed on the right hand of this PowerPoint slide. Art appreciation, modern art, in contrast to conservative art. Gender stereotypes. Reese's actors compare Ivanhoe, John Wayne, and Spider-Man's virility to Jane Fonda's female activism. Marital problems. Unresolved marital issues of authority and power, or who is wearing the pants in the family. Social status. In the play Art, Serge is a dermatologist, Marc is an airplane engineer, and Yvonne is working in a stationery store. In the play Life Times 3, Henri and Hubert are astrophysicists, but one of the two is less successful in securing a new research position than the other. In The God of Carnage, Alain is a lawyer, his wife Annette is a financial advisor, whereas the hostess Véronique is a writer and her husband Michel is a salesman of household items. Financial standing. Members of the upper middle class, age 40 to 50, with varying income levels. And that creates difficulties, obviously. Ambition and career are recurring topics in all three theater plays. Child rearing, from spoiling a child to reasoning with a child to admonishing or disciplining a child to neglecting a child. Animal protection, another theme in her play. To care for or to abandon a pet, such as the hamster in The God of Carnage. There are moral differences, to believe in the law of the jungle or to fight against injustice in the world. Meaning of individual words. For example, in the opening scene of the play The God of Carnage, the parents of the boys who fought in the public park discuss the meaning of the verb armed with a stick versus equipped or furnished with a stick. Linguistic levels of speech, from formal to informal to vulgar language, from addressing each other with polite monsieur and madame to using first names and later nicknames to name-calling and flinging curse words at each other. Le Dieu du Carnage, or The God of Carnage, first premiered in Zurich, Switzerland in 2006, was translated into English in 2008, and then made into a movie in 2011. Here you can see a poster to the right. The play features two couples who meet to deal with the brawl of their two young sons. Yet the initial civil discourse soon develops into a verbal battle about educational principles, marital issues, gender stereotypes, and human nature. Under the influence of stress and alcohol, the situation quickly devolves into chaos, with changing alliances among the four protagonists. disagreements, and the sudden eruption of suppressed animosities take center stage in dialogues of cutting humor based on word choice and lowering of language register. There are many striking similarities between Risa's plays and Jean-Paul Sartre's famous play Reclos or No Exit, which you can see here, book cover to the left. This play by Jean-Paul Sartre premiered in 1944 in Paris and describes three people in hell, Garcin, Inès, and Estelle, who are locked forever in a room without a window, but with constant electric light shining down from the ceiling. To make things worse, the three damned souls have no eyelids to protect themselves from the glare of the others in the room. Hell is other people is the famous quote from Sartre's one-act play. I will focus now on the play Le Dieu du Carnage, or The God of Carnage, to demonstrate the nuances of conflicts in Risa's play. The setting is the 14th arrondissement in Paris, which you can see on the map to the right. One of the green squares in the red circle is the public park, where the two boys, Ferdinand and Bruno, had a fight, which caused the parents to meet to settle the dispute. When we zoom in on the area on Google Maps, we can see that the public park, le Square Aspirant du Nord, as mentioned in the opening scene of Risa's play, is just across from the Square Ferdinand Bruno, a French linguist and former mayor of the 14th arrondissement, reminiscent of the first names of the two quarreling boys, Ferdinand and Bruno. On this slide, we see two recent photos of Le Square Aspirant du Nord in the 14th arrondissement in Paris, where two boys fought, to give you an idea of the cityscape. To the right of this slide, we see the names of the main protagonists displayed in bright colors. One second. Alain and Annette Reye are the parents of 11-year-old Ferdinand, who struck Bruno Houillet and damaged Bruno's front teeth. To discuss the situation as mature adults, Véronique and Michel Houillet invite Alain and Annette to their apartment. Le Dieu du Carnage begins with a de-escalation state, yet the atmosphere quickly deteriorates into dispute. The play explores changing alliances and erupting conflicts connecting the characters, such as their different jobs and social status, marital tensions, and parental responsibilities, as well as sociocultural values regarding the importance of communication, interpersonal relationships, justice, war, and peace. There's a clear irony that the parents' conciliatory discussion of their children's fight devolves into their own struggle, and periodic attempts at resolution spark even worse arguments. Alain is the confrontational lawyer, whose cell phone is ringing incessantly due to a pharmaceutical company facing a potential lawsuit. Alain's assertive opponent is Véronique, the mother of the victim. She is a writer and aggressively idealistic, hoping to resolve the situation peacefully. Her husband Michel, a household goods salesman, is hospitable and, at the outset, defers to his wife's lead. Yet when tensions rise, Véronique reveals that Michel dumped their daughter's pet hamster on the streets. Thus, his mask falls and his crueler side is revealed. Alain's wife Annette, a financial advisor, seems at first more conciliatory, but after her strained nerves cause her to vomit repeatedly, she lets all pretenses fall and defends her son Ferdinand's brutal behavior, as she believes it was provoked by Bruno. In addition, she is outraged by Michel's heartlessness against the pet hamster. After Annette vomits onto Véronique's art books, prominently displayed on the coffee table, and when Alain's cell phone rings for the 13th time, his wife loses all patience, throws his phone into the tulip vase, destroying it forever. From now on, it is all downhill, a free-for-all, intensified by alcohol consumption. On the next two colorful slides, I outline the progression and triggers of conflict in this play. The boys' physical fight leads to the reconciliatory meeting of the parents, who try to negotiate and settle the controversy, following the ideals of civilized society and justice. The apparent agreement between the two couples crumbles as a result of microaggressions that evolve into verbal and later even physical violence against objects, values, and people. Peacemaker Veronique attacks her husband and is only stopped by Alain's intervention, who believes in the god of carnage and the law of the jungle. Scholar Hélène Jacquemin argues that Le Dieu du Carnage focuses on representing the many ways violence manifests itself in our so-called civilized society. As Roswitha Guisetti highlights, absence and violence are recurring themes in Risa's plays. The triggers of conflict in Le Dieu du Carnage involve the whole body: sound, vision, touch, smell, and taste. The mouth plays a central role through Bruno's broken tooth and swollen lip at the outset, followed by the couple's conversations, food and drink, as Michel serves leftover dessert and rum to the group, and Annette's subsequent nausea. Hunger and intoxication whittle away at protagonist's patience and spark further verbal and physical confrontations. The unrelenting ringing of Alain's cell phone that repeatedly interrupts the flow of the conversation and thus impedes the reconciliation is joined by the telephone calls of Michel's mother and the deafening noise of the blow dryer to limit the damage done to the art books after Annette's nausea. In summary, Yasmina Reza succeeds brilliantly in creating chaos on stage to display conflicts in their many and memorable forms. My work cited, and thank you for listening.
Well, thank you, Katja, for your presentation. Now we'll have another presenter, and afterwards we'll have a discussion for all three of you. So now I would like to invite Olga Schmidt from Jagiellonian University in Krakow to talk about how does literature oppose the financial crisis, conflict, and passive resistance in literature after 28. So the floor is yours. I can help with the slides, I think. Okay, let me see that picture.
You want to share the screen, right?
Yeah, but it's not that. Taigi, kad pasimtų skaidrės, nes aš taip daryti. Tai aš net daryti. Ai, šitaip tai nori. Ačiū. Ai, o kur sonata tu jas padėjai? Čia yra kampe. Kaip taip?
Thank you very much. I should use the thing. Okay, just give me a second. I have to coordinate two hands now. It's gonna be something, I think. Does it work with the? Okay. That's interesting. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for allowing me to present during this conference. I must say I found it extremely interesting to see my title in Lithuanian language translated. I actually prefer that in Lithuanian, so that was better. I think we should do that more often, this kind of thing. So my presentation is focused mostly on the let's say. Summarizing and theorizing around my topic, which has been conducted by me for some time. I am still using something of a working conclusions rather than final conclusions, so that's a still work in progress a little bit. And my topic is focused on the culture and literature after 2008, and just to jog your memory a little bit, not to give you anything extremely specific. Global financial crisis happened in 2008. Sometimes we outline the year 2007 even, and it started with, as you can see in the pictures, with Lehman Brothers collapse. Everybody remember probably they're carrying out their boxes outside of one of the biggest bank in the US. It started the global recession, also known as the biggest crisis after Great Depression, and it marked especially crucial aspect of this crisis was a subprime mortgage crisis, which resulted in multiple evictions in the US, multiple loss of the property, which in consequence drew attention of the public and of the economists and socioeconomists to the fact that the actual victims of the crisis were, as we typically are used to, the poorest, the less informed, the minorities, especially Black minority in the US. However, in other countries, there were typically people who were paying their mortgage. So people who, in this phrase that was typically used, thought that they owned their houses, but they actually didn't. So they were evicted, or they faced tremendous rise in their mortgage. They faced very different types of hardships, etc., etc. So the subprime mortgage crisis and the global financial crisis started in 2008, but didn't close in 2008. So I think we live pretty much in the world that is after 2008, really, especially when it comes to austerity crisis and cuts in the public services, cuts in the public health, etc., etc. Me, myself, I'm from a country which was recognized as one of the only countries in global north and global west that was not suffering recession. That should not, however, overcast the fact that we suffered tremendously when it comes to austerity pacts and the situation with cuts. However, we didn't suffer, so to speak, official recession. So the fact that even some groups of people, or even the nations such as Poland, didn't suffer recession, per se, didn't mean the fact that we were well off during this time. So in this case, the global recession and the global hardships, so to speak, were two things that really drew attention not only to the economists but also to the public who are kind of. And this is the reason that I'm presenting this today, drawing to the crisis attention, such as, do we really consider economic crisis as a conflict? Because when it comes to the war, when it comes to revolution, when it comes to different types of process during the tumultuous times, we are not that, confused whether it's a conflict. We know there's a different types of crisis. However, we typically ask whether we can consider economic crisis a conflict, right? So if it's a conflict, between whom it's a conflict? Is it between the bankers and the people who are suffering through the crisis? Is it between 1% and 99%, which would be probably the version given by the Occupy Wall Street? Do we compose this conflict differently? So I try to understand what type of conflict economic crisis really is, and therefore, however, I'm focused more on how people react and represent this kind of crisis in terms of conflict or lack of thereof. So in these pictures, you can see some visual work and posters from Occupy Wall Street, which was not only the biggest, but probably we can treat it as a pars pro toto for all the protests that happened after 2008. Occupy Wall Street obviously happened in 2011. And was focused on the space in New York City around Zuccotti Park next to the Wall Street. That's probably very symbolic space in this matter. However, it was not the only protest during that time, not only during that time, but also not only in the US. However, the term Occupy was used typically for different type of Occupy, right? So we have Occupy Maryland, Occupy Michigan, Occupy in London, etc., etc. So this language of occupation, so to speak, which rings the bell in different cultures, I think differently a little bit when it comes to usage as something of a non-violent protest in this way. Typically, especially in this part of Europe, we typically use occupation as something extremely violent, disturbing, destructive for the culture, culture, destructive for the society. In these terms, occupation was used to describe occupation of the public space that was deprived of the significant presence of the people in need, people who are considered themselves 99%. This phrase 99%, which was very prevalent, I must say, during the time and still is used sometimes nowadays, drew some sort of controversy, I must say. In this phrase, we use the fact that 1%, the richest people in the world, are opposed to 99% of us. Even during the Occupy Wall Street, when the workshop were carried out, there was a lot of discussion about what's the difference between homeless people and, I don't know, upper middle class. And the fact that we create this kind of conflict in the rhetorics of Occupy Wall Street between 99% and 1%, to me, draw attention to the fact that maybe it's not exactly about the economy or the fact that of the material living during the time. But I'm going to come back to this a little bit later. During Occupy Wall Street, you can see very rising interest in theorizing the current situation. So we have the visits of Slavoj Žižek, Judith Butler, David Graeber, who, by the way, coined the 99% phrase, who try to describe the situation as it is going, as a kind of conflict. So especially in Slavoj Žižek perspective, this opposing line slightly created. So I'm going to read one of the quotes that he proposed. The interesting thing that they used the human microphone during Occupy Wall Street. So we have Žižek speaking and people repeating the phrase as to make him sound more, voluminous during that time. So the quote goes, "We are all losers, but the true losers are down there on Wall Street." It's across the street, really, when he's speaking this. "They were bailed out by millions of our money. We are called socialists, but here there's always socialism for the rich. They say we don't respect private property, but in 2008 financial crashdown, more hard-earned private property was destroyed than if all of us here were to be destroying it night and day for weeks. They tell you we are dreamers. The true dreamers are those who think things can go indefinitely the way they are. We are not dreamers. We are awakening from a dream that is turning into a nightmare." As you can see, this phrases around sleep and dreams and nightmares, the whole imagery of the late Marx actually playing around in Žižek's speech. However, we have this opposing idea of the space. For me, the very interesting part of Occupy Wall Street is not exactly the rhetorics of the Occupy Wall Street, which, however, I think is worth using for, us remembering 2008 inside the time. For me, interesting is how the space was actually used and the type of protests actually used. Because during this occupation, we have multiple people actually living on the street in the Tsukoti Park, people that we typically don't expect to live on the street. So we see students, people from middle class, people from minorities, some homeless people. However, that was the reason for a conflict during that time. But we see the space used as a private space, really. That was something that was theorized, I think, in a very interesting way. So people are making their living space in the public space that is not allowing people, especially people from younger generations, to own their home or have a prospect of owning their home. So it was used as a very specifically non-violent protest. There was no abruption of the violence there. There was no anything drastic that was happening there. So we have non-violence during that time. Second, they use sleep and passivity in that space. As we all probably remember, Michael Bloomberg, at the time he was a mayor of New York, after a couple of months decided to evict Occupy. So we have like the very symbolized, repeatedly created of the space that you occupy a space that is not designed to be yours, and there you're evicted from it, right? So it kind of hyperbolized and symbolized something that was actually happening a couple of years ago and during that time too. I'm gonna skip through some slides because they're designed for a little bit longer speech because I didn't select them here that thoroughly. So here we have some scenes during that during Occupy Wall Street, as well as different austerity protests around the world. As you can see, there's just 3 in the slide. I think it was like more like hundreds during this 5-6 year period. If we look at the literature after 2008 or around 2008, I think we can see, maybe I'm gonna skip here and gonna come back after a moment. So we have at the same time, we have literature after crisis of 2008. So everything that comes after this time, and in a way reacts to it, conceptualize it, etc. And at the same time, simultaneously, we have literature focused on the global financial crisis. I think there are two different type of thing, especially when it comes to using a very concrete event 2008 in opposed to using aftermath of 2008, of change of ideology, change of heart, change of liberal ideology. So as you can see, I put some bullet points around what kind of approach do we have to not only 2008, but the way that the state or international finance reacted to 2008, right? So we have, for example, one of the interesting parts for me is the fact that the outrage was not exactly and not only focused on 2008, so the crash, but rather how the crash was handled by the states, right? So the bailouts. The bailouts, I think, drew even more anger than the 2008 itself. So we have a little bit of, everything when it comes to conflict around 2008. We have a political crisis, which comes to the populists afterwards. We have an economical issue that is obvious, I guess, and social and cultural. My interest, my main focus is on the culture and subjectivity here. And it comes to, in my research, comes to the question, if not 99% is a common ground for economic resolution or self-recognition, what is actually? And my preliminary reflection was that it's actually exhaustion. That like the common root, not the opposing root, it's not economic poverty, because some people, even if they suffered for, 70% loss, they were so well off that it didn't hurt them so much that people who lost, objectively small amount of money. So I try to focus on the common root that repeats itself in all of the narratives. And it always comes to the fatigue, to the exhaustion, to the fact that people were exhausted by the circle of the crisis, or as Caroline said, the never-ending crisis in this. So I focus on exhaustion as a common root, especially because of the fact how it is played out or explored in contemporary literature after 2008. Before this slide, I had the context of the Jess Walter novel, which is focused specifically on the mortgage crisis in the family. So he tries to explore how the protagonist uses this mortgage crisis as a family crisis itself, right? But I'm going to skip to that because I'm over that, because that's not the central part. As you can see, I'm gonna browse through this recollections. They're about the crisis and its social context, especially the work by Wolfgang Streeck, which is German social economist. That's gonna be interesting fact about the stability and instability of two different opposing views of the crisis. Yeah, but the exhaustion and the burnout, which are, I think, even nowadays very central for our public discussion when it comes to mental health, to the youth, to the millennial generation, not buying houses as fast as economy would expect us, etc., etc. So Byung-Chul Han in the Burnout Society writes something like this, which is, I think, quite important in this presentation. 21st century society is no longer a disciplinary society, but rather an achievement society. Also, its inhabitants are no longer obedience subjects, but achievement subjects. They're entrepreneurs for themselves. Unlimited can is the positive modal verb of achievement society. Its plural form, the affirmation, yes, we can. This is Barack Obama, obviously. Epitomizes achievement society's positive orientation. Prohibitions, commandments, and the law are replaced by projects, initiatives, and motivation. Disciplinary society is still governed by no. Its negativity produces madmen and criminals. In contrast, achievement society creates depressives and losers. In the burnout society, Byung-Chul Han focuses on the whole society, the global society, but mostly the society of the West. The interesting distinction or even nuance for me is the frequency of the publications which are focused on the burnout, but of one generation. And this generation, my generation, is used as a pars pro toto of the whole situation. So millennials are not opposed to the other generation, but are used as some generation that is actually defined by the burnout, defined by the crisis, defined by the 2008. I'm not going to read this quote. I think it's enough to show it here. In this perspective, I think that literature is giving us something to chew on when it comes to exhaustion. It's a connection between exhaustion and the transformation of subjectivity. What I try to show is not the opposing situation between literature of the 2008, which I'm gonna proceed in the following slides, but the common root between the Occupy Wall Street and the type of protests and the literature that uses private space and strictly individualized characters. So we have similar strategies, however, with different scope, different spaces, and different meanings sometimes. But I'm gonna show you one reflection of Deleuze to show you why I use the term exhaustion rather than burnout, rather than fatigue, rather than tiredness. I'm gonna read the first one, the first quote, the second is, I think, additional. Exhausted is a whole lot more than tired. It's not just tiredness. I'm not just tired in spite of the climb. The tired no longer prepares for any possibility, subjective. He therefore cannot realize the smallest possibility, objective. But possibility remains because you never realize all of the possible. You even bring it into being as you realize some of it. The tired has only exhausted realization, while the exhausted exhausts all of the possible. The tired can no longer realize, but the exhausted can no longer possibilitate. In the less perspective, there's this kind of stuckness of being exhausted. Like you cannot really, he uses very everyday situation that the exhausted cannot go to sleep really anymore. Like the exhausted is being stuck in this kind of excessive tiredness and is unable to even possibilitate the situation to be rested, right? So you're stuck in the moment, stuck in the presence of this human condition. So there's absolutely nothing you can pinpoint as a reason why you're tired. It's not one thing or two things. It's not something you can resolve really, but you are stuck in your subjective position there. So the literature after 2008 obviously does not come from anything. It's not brand new strategies, if you may. However, what I find interesting, you can find in previous literature a lot of traces for this kind of strategies. The difference is their frequency. So in contemporary literature, something that was, for example, seen in Kafka, Perec, and I don't know, Melville, nowadays it's like repeated pattern used by young women. And obviously it's outrageous that it's young women. It's not proper to use young women as a character for this kind of attitude. However, I wanted to show at least Perec, just to show you that I'm not proclaiming exactly that it's a completely new strategy. We're blasé for the first time in the literary history. That's not it. However, the type of narrative changes around it. So I start actually with the Polish novel. I'm gonna use my 5 minutes, right? Something like this. 5 minutes to browse through these examples. Maybe if something is missing, I'm gonna add in during the Q&A. So the first quote comes from Dorota Kota's Pustostany, which is in English that would be a title would be translated something as vacancies, like empty houses. So the character is a single woman, struggling with her identity, mental life, etc., but trying to use really grotesque hyperbolic language to describe her different strategies as to overcome this kind of state. But I want to highlight the type of imaginary and rhetorics that she uses. I was gathering evidence that there was life at 6 in the morning. although there had never been such an hour in my work before. And it was beautiful for intense 30 minutes that I endured with dignity at work. But at the 31st minute, I felt a little weary. Enough, I thought. I didn't want to burn out professionally because I couldn't afford coaching yet. And I had already gained work experience, developed professionally, and had something to add to my CV. Therefore, after 30 illustrative minutes, I closed the newsstand and returned home, professionally fulfilled, as a new, better person. So she used this kind of jokey, humorous attitude to describe this kind of exhaustion that she feels and the lack of prospect of any, professional development or transformative aspect of the work for the subjectivity that she uses here. So obviously she uses grotesque 30 minutes at work that she already used to gather all information about work environment that she needs. So we have this understanding that she exploration, maybe that would be the better word, exploration of close roads for overcoming her state, or being in this kind of opposing expectation that society puts on her, and herself she puts on herself. Interesting thing is at the end of the book she puts Dorota Kota's author herself puts her CV at the end of it. So I think it's very interesting as it plays on the expectations, kind of like the book is your CV actually in the big run. So in the second quote I jump 2 years. 4 years. So as you can see, it's very, very close time, so close scope of time. I use Japanese author Kiku Tsumura, where she uses a very similar pattern when it comes to approach to the job. She's burned out, she declares she's burned out, and she tries to find a job that would be as little demanding as possible and as close to her home as possible. So she tries to not to find something that's going to be fulfilling for her, but she actively stops herself from being, engaged in work. So for example, sometimes she reacts to herself. It's like a self-reflection that she sees that she's being drawn into this job, like she's getting excited. And then she says something like, stop, no, I cannot do this. She actively uses something I typically in my research use as a passive resistance. So this kind of usage of the passivity to resist something. Typically outside, she uses it to oppose the system itself. So the quote is going like this. I'm not really the person to ask, I replied. Ever since I burnt out at my last job, I haven't been able to read. It sounded like a hopeless exaggeration, but it was more or less the truth. If I read more than one side of paper a day, I was overwhelmed by a feeling of such despondency that I was unable to function. At the same time, my brain would fire up and I would be on full alert. I was really tiresome combination. So as you can see, we are balancing between two polar opposites when she's exhausted, but when she tries to do something, it draws her too much that she's going to be agitated. So we use this kind of passive resistance inside this, that she uses passivity as a tool to oppose. Very similar to Kota's. This I'm gonna skip over. It's interesting that you can see that the female subject uses her work as to consider herself as a tool of work, as a part of the story. It's very similar actually to the 50s feminist critique, when we see housewife objectification as one of the washing machine and dishwasher, etc., as a tool for the praise. The only difference here, actually, I don't think it's a small difference, is the fact that it's a store, it's a supermarket that she finds herself in. She, however, uses this kind of mundane life as an active force, not to be of any more use to her employer or her life. As you can see in all of these cases or of these examples, the characters I try to first self-reflect, sometimes recreate their subjectivity, change their attitude to their life, but to the extent, I must say. So they try to really, I cannot use different phrase, and I actually borrowed that from Melville rather than from Occupy Wall Street. They occupy Wall Street, not occupy Wall Street. They occupy their job places or their desk on spaces like this just to be there and pass the time, use the time for their own understanding, etc. The only difference is that in Melville, which I mean is his short novel, I would rather not. The character is not given, inside monologue. In these cases, we have characters that are typically, they're not only having a monologue, they're ranting about their life. There's a very mundane, even boring type of text that is repetitive, that it's not traditionally enchanting, I must say. It's like very repetitive, mundane, not extremely interesting character going on and on about her sad life. So we have a quote. I'm going to read the second one only. Back at my desk, I sit and slowly collect money that I can use to pay the rent on my apartment and on food, so I can continue to live and continue to come to this room and sit at this desk and slowly collect money. And the text repeats itself as you can see. Obviously, the characters of all of these novels, every single one of them, face some kind of issues when their employers or colleagues, etc., because they're basically doing something that we typically call Italian strike, right? So doing things as slowly as possible, not to be recognized by others, right? So they use the language and strategies very typical for very, very early nonviolent resistance and nonviolent protest, but not to use them as a public space or in the social context. Rather, in this, I would say it's like a micro resistance. To be honest, this is the last slide. It's actually the twist here is that Odessa Moszwek puts the plot of the novel 20 years before the publication of the book. So it ends with 9/11 and the attack of on the terrorist attack on New York City. However, she puts an extreme focus on the character, which is rather well off. We would say she's upper middle class, living in Manhattan. That she uses sleep as an extreme tool, not only of artistic expression, but also to oppose basically anything and everything. And I'm going to read the whole thing, as I think that links my initial thoughts. Sleep felt productive. Something was getting sorted out. I knew in my heart, this was perhaps the only thing my heart knew back then, that when I'd sleep enough, I'd be okay. I'd be renewed, reborn. As you can see, there's a repeated pattern of saying the new me, that's going to be new me, that's going to be my new identity, etc. So there's expectation that this kind of process, this kind of slowing down or making yourself almost stuck in one position is going to give you like a start again, right? So it's something like they use not only being slowed down in this like wellness speak that we have in popular culture nowadays, but rather stop and start again. I would be the whole new person, every one of my cells regenerated enough times that the old cells were just distant from the memories. My past life would be but a dream, and I could start over without regrets, bolstered by the bliss and serenity that I would have accumulated in my year of rest and relaxation. Nothing seemed real. Sleeping, walking, it collided into one gray, monotonous plane ride through the clouds. I didn't talk to myself in my head. There wasn't much to say. This was how I knew the sleep was having an effect. I was growing less and less attached to life. If I kept going, I thought I'd disappear completely, then reappear in some new form. This was my hope. This was my dream. End of quote. This kind of newness of the situation is, in my perspective, not only focused, maybe not primarily focused on economical and social situation, but rather on the self-exploration of the new generation that comes into life after 2008. Because what we have here actually is not only the collapse of the global market or recession, etc., but we have for the first time after Great Depression. However, during the Great Depression, we wouldn't call it as such. It would be very anachronic things to say. We have the first very big question mark put on the liberalism and the idea of how you make work hard and then you're, benefiting from your work, or you have like this self-made man ideology behind this. So we have this kind of subjective pattern that is prevailing in this whole examples during Occupy Wall Street, that question the fact how not only can we live in this society after crisis, but how the crisis is found inside ourselves, inside our subjectivity. So when I started to, for this conference, considering and reflecting on how is it a conflict really, I found this, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, opposing views which are not very opposing because they have a very dialectical Hegelian common root inside us being exhaustion. But at the same time, we have this internal conflict that is not that vibrant as we typically use, right? So it's not a conflict, I would like to do that, or I would prefer to do that, I should do that, or I have an obligation, or the religion puts me into the spot. Rather, it's the situation of being stuck and possibility of formulate yourself again, really, in this matter. But I think that this kind of passivity or passive state that they all use is not that different, I must say, with the protest approach that we see here. So we have a nuance between non-violence resistance and passive resistance, which that was going to be postscriptum to my presentation. It's interesting because in certain languages, including my native language, this is the same word, right? So this kind of non-violence resistance and passive resistance in English, which seems like a very distinctive different two things, in Central European traditions, especially in Polish tradition, it's the same word. So once again, we have the same root for the things that are slightly opposing or having nuanced distinction between themselves. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you so much. I don't know what to do with this now. Sorry. Don't worry. Thank you.
So thank you, Olga.
Thank you.
So we're going to our final presenter, and it's going to be David Pino-Barros from University of Porto. We can see you, David. I'm really happy that you're here. He's going to talk about Blake and Mortimer for the 21st century, ethics and aesthetics. So the floor is yours. I hope that you can share your slides if you have them.
Yes, can you see them?
Yes, but it's not in the full screen yet.
Is it now?
Perfect. Yes, thank you.
Okay, good morning. Thank you very much for having me. I'm truly sorry for not being able to be currently in Vilnius in Lithuania. I was very much looking forward to know your country, but unfortunately, because of my teaching commitments, I had to stay in Porto. It's a good thing on the other hand, because I have a very strong cold, so I'm not spreading the virus, at least, and not contaminating everyone in Vilnius. So today I will be speaking about one of my research interests within the field of comic studies. So I approach the concept of literature from a very wide angle, including graphic literature. I mostly work in the field of comic studies, and I've been doing research for the last 8 years on the clear line, which is the style that was developed in Franco-Belgian comics since the end of the 1920s, especially around the figure of Hergé, the creator of The Adventures of Tintin, but also of many of his collaborators and followers, such as Edgar Pierre Jacobs, of whom I will talk to you today. So my presentation is entitled Blake and Mortimer for the 21st Century, Ethics and Aesthetics. And if you are familiar with this comic series, you will notice that the image that is the cover of this presentation actually has very little to do with the style that was developed by Edgar Pierre Jacobs, the creator of the Blake and Mortimer series. And the reason of this is because this image is part of an hors-série, so a parallel publication of the Blake and Mortimer series, which was published very recently in the 21st century. So I will be talking about how this very important series of the classical Franco-Belgian tradition in comics has been adapted in a spirit of prolongation, of continuation of the original series to the challenges, both aesthetic and ideological, of the 21st century. And I will start by very briefly introducing historically this series, as some of you might not be familiar with its original publication context. So this is a photo of Edgar Pierre Jacobs. He was originally an opera singer. In the 1940s, during the Second World War, he was pulled in to start working as a comics artist. It is very interesting because the beginning of his career is highly linked to a spirit of conflict. The reason of his beginning of work in the comics field was because he was a reader and follower of this series that you now see depicted in this example, Flash Gordon by Alex Raymond, which was being published in the Belgian youth magazine Bravo in the late 1930s and mid-1940s. And when the United States entered the Second World War, all the American comic series were forbidden to be published in a Belgian magazine. So he was pulled in to finish Flash Gordon, and then he was invited, given the large success of his continuation, he was invited to develop his own series, which he did by creating the narrative Le Rayon U, which was published in 1943 in this first version in Bravo magazine. Later on, he would reformat this comics story, publish it in black and white, and then much later, a few decades later, he would reformat the entire story and publish it as an independent comics album. It is very interesting because not only did he continue Alex Raymond's comic series, but he actually imitated his style initially. And it is absolutely defensible to detect and study Edgar Pierre Jacobs' graphic style in relation to Alex Raymond's contribution to the history of comics, but also later when Edgar Pierre Jacobs started to collaborate with the Tintin magazine from 1946 onwards, his language, his graphic language, began to develop in a way that took him apart from the style of Alex Raymond. And he eventually developed a certain trend within the tradition of the clear line, which was much more maximalist than that developed by Hergé in his Adventures of Tintin. You can see an example of this in this cover of the Tintin magazine of the 24th of August, 1965, which announced the new episode of the Blake and Mortimer series, L'Affaire du Collier, which was one of the episodes that was most indebted to the trend of detective fiction, especially British detective fiction, which was invoked by Jacobs in his comic series. And at this stage, he had completely crystallized his approach to the clear line. So we're talking about a style which had quite a few characteristics in common with Hergé's proposal for the clear line, notably the application of homogeneous colors, the use of a democratic trace in the sense that all the lines have exactly the same width, regardless of the importance of the characters or elements of the decor that they are depicting, and also this importance of narrative transitivity, of the advancement of action. There are almost no analepses. There are almost no cryptic temporal structures. So we're dealing here with very, very straightforward action. But in terms of the amount of detail, it is, we would say, on the exactly opposite point of a scale of minimalism and maximalism, which was developed in the post-war period in Europe around the so-called École de Bruxelles, the School of Brussels, which developed the clear line. So if, on the one hand, Hergé is a representative of the minimalist clear line at this stage, Edgar Pierre Jacobs would be considered at the exact opposite, so the more maximalist approach to the clear line. They are both essentialist approaches in the sense that both creators defend that what must be included in the drawing is exclusively what is absolutely essential for the storytelling, but what differs is their approach to what is essential. So Hergé considers that much less detail is essential for the construction of his narratives, especially from a graphic point of view, and Edgar Pierre Jacobs defended that a lot of detail was necessary because a lot of detail was essential to the construction of the narratives. So if you look at any page of the Blake and Mortimer adventures, you will notice that there is a huge amount of graphic detail and also a huge amount of text. So we're dealing with very verbose comics projects. And since Edgar Pierre Jacobs and Hergé were collaborating very directly within the context of the Tintin magazine, you can see very clearly the influence of Edgar Pierre Jacobs on Hergé's conception of comics. For instance, from the mid-1950s onwards, you will notice that there is a lot more text in the Tintin comics, and that is directly because of Jacobs' influence. For instance, the Lunar Diptych, the two albums published by Hergé with the lunar expedition adventures of Tintin, they are extremely verbose. There is a big amount of text and also a huge amount of graphic detail, notably linked to the depiction of technological advancements within the context of a very important ideological conflict taking place in the history of the 20th century at that point, which was, of course, the Cold War, and which is also the main conflict that is at stake in the Blake and Mortimer adventures by Edgar Pierre Jacobs. So there are a few principal trends within this classical series. I would, let's say, organize them into three different trends. The most important trend, I would say, is the one I already mentioned, the British tradition of crime fiction. Francis Blake is a counter-espionage agent, and Philip Mortimer is a nuclear scientist, a nuclear physicist, and they are two aristocrats pertaining to the highest classes of British society at the time. And they played an important role of exoticism for the Franco-Belgian public, since there was certain mythologization of the figure of the British aristocracy within the context of post-war popular culture in Francophone Europe. The second trend would be science fiction, which is most clearly illustrated by this example that I bring you now. It is the cover of L'énigme de l'Atlantide, pre-published in the Tintin magazine between 1955 and 1956, and then in the album format 1 year later. And finally, the trend of the spy fiction, which was obviously linked to a very widespread popular culture phenomenon at the time, which was a kind of attempt to transform, to fictionalize, to transform into fictional material the ideological clash taking place in Europe and in America and in Asia at that time, linked to the conflicts, of course, between the American bloc and the Soviet bloc. So within the context of the Cold War, and of course, especially the space race, which was one of the most important aspects of the Cold War. It was one of the fields in which these two super potencies were measuring their military strength. Another aspect that is very important to underline related to these three trends is that all of them are linked to this very manichaeistic outlook on the world. So we're dealing here with a very severe dualism, a very severe dualist cosmology, which is also present in other comic series of the Tintin magazine, especially Les Aventures de Tintin. So Tintin is also a character which is linked to a very manichaeist outlook on the world. Either you are good or you are evil, and the good-hearted are constantly combating the evil-hearted, And at the end, there is always a resolution, of course, in which the good-hearted win over the evil presence in the world. Of course, within the specific ideological context of the Cold War, the representatives of Western culture were the good-hearted, and the villains were always hailing from the Soviet Union, especially the most important villain of the Blake and Mortimer series, which was called Ulrich, and who reappears constantly in every single episode, namely in the last episode, which is coming out in a few weeks, and which is the first to include the name of the villain in its title. It is called Signé Ulrich, and the cover is only one figure, which is precisely this villain. So no one has read it yet, except from the authors and publishers, since it is only coming out in a few weeks. But it is the fans of the series, the followers of the series, are very enthusiastic about the first album, which will be entirely dedicated to the villain of the Blake and Mortimer series. From an aesthetic point of view, this is a good example, L'énigme de l'Atlantide, of this maximalism within the essentialist style of the clear line in Franco-Belgian comics. So you can see a lot of text, you can see a huge amount of detail, notably depicting this outworldly landscape, which is represented in this futuristic episode of this series. But at the same time, you can detect a few of the main characteristics of the clear line style, notably the application of homogeneous coloring. So there are no tonal modulations, in the application of colors to the shapes. So I would ask for the help of Anne Miller in this seminal publication, and still a classical publication on comics theory, Reading Bande Dessinée, Critical Approaches to French Language Comic Strip, to define exactly what are the most important ideological challenges related to the depiction of these heroes within the context of the Cold War, as the series was initially developed from the mid-1940s up until the 1980s. So when Edgar Pierre Jacobs died and left unfinished diptych called Les Trois Formules du Professeur Sato, which was eventually terminated and published by one of his collaborators, one of his long-standing collaborators, Bob Damour. So Anne Miller wrote in 2007 that Jacobs' work has even greater rigor and ideological resonance than that of Hergé, as his extremely detailed drawings naturalize a hierarchic vision of the world where a natural aristocracy made up of army officers, government officials, and intellectuals can count on a deferential working class, and in the case of Blake and Mortimer, a devoted Indian servant. So we are dealing here with representatives of a very high-class part of the British society, which was obviously linked to a colonial view of the world. So the adventures of Blake and Mortimer are set in different points of the globe, notably in different points of the British Empire at the time, which was of course already decaying at the time, but there was still this desperate attempt to preserve this idea of a worldwide British imperial British colonial empire, of which these two figures were guards in a way, ideological guards. So there is a very autarcic approach to the creation of the story world, which has the goal of reassuring, in a way, the readers of the well-being that is important to preserve within this colonial context. So, of course, when Edgar Pierre Jacobs died, and when the last volume of his unfinished diptych was published, there was the question of if this series should be continued and if it would work from a financial perspective within the context of the publishing market of Franco-Belgian comics. The question was all the more important since Hergé, at his deathbed, had forbidden that the Adventures of Tintin would be continued. So the fans of the Clear Line comics already knew that they would not have new episodes of the Adventures of Tintin coming out. So there was a huge interest in continuing the publication of the Blake and Mortimer adventures, since they could replace in a way the series that would die with their authors, well, at least until the public rights of the characters would be released a certain number of years after the death of their authors. So at this stage, in the mid-1990s, the right holders of the adventures of Blake and Mortimer and the publishers of Blake and Mortimer decided to continue the series. They hesitated a lot in which authors to choose, which line to follow, but at the end, they decided to invest in a strategy which is not common in the continuation projects of the classical Franco-Belgian comic series, which is to maintain a hyper-classicism from a visual perspective. And so they chose Ted Benoit, who was a Clear Line author himself. He had actually contributed to the Casterman magazine À Suivre, which kind of had the goal of continuing the aesthetic project of the Clear Line after the death of Hergé, or at least after the publication of the last album of the adventures of Tintin, Tintin et les Picaros. And Ted Benoit had developed himself a number of comic series that were that used the Clear Line style. They did so, of course, in a very subversive way, because Ted Benoit was working in the late 1970s and early 1980s, so he was hailing from this postmodernist view of art and of the world. And he was mostly known for his comic series, Ray Banana, which was a profoundly subversive, from a narrative point of view, comic series, although from a visual point of view, it was quite classic. And that is one of the reasons why he was chosen to be the first continuator of the Blake and Mortimer series. And of course, he completely abandoned his subversive take on the style and adopted a style which was as close as possible to the original one developed by Edgar Pierre Jacobs from the mid-1940s onward. I will be quoting very briefly an article, which is actually the only publication to this day that was concretely dedicated to the continuation of the Blake and Mortimer series. It is an article that was originally devised as a communication, as a paper presentation in 2015. It was then converted into an article in 2018, but of course it does not encompass the more recent publications of the Blake and Mortimer continuations, because since its publication in 2018, a number of hors-série and of new albums have been published, and there is quite a lot to say about them, because they have either continued a few of the strategies that were already implied in the first continuation albums, but have also invested in new approaches, notably from a stylistic point of view. And there is specifically one album that was published and which counts with the drawings of François Scoïten and Laurent Durieux, which propose very, very distinct approaches to Jacobs' style. So in this article called Continued Comics, the New Blake and Mortimer as an Example of Continuation in European Series, comics specialists Jan Battens and Hugo Frey, who have published many, many books on comic studies and who are long time collaborators, wrote that the continuators face the problem that the necessary repetitions must appear sufficiently new to be something different from or more than mere repetitions, while the necessary innovations must appear suitably recognizable so that they are not seen as excessive deviations from the Bible. Moreover, each of these transformations and reiterations must match the reading horizon and expectations of each age group. Besides, continuators do need to know also that tellability involves also a strong ethical and political dimension. What can or cannot, what should and should not be told today may vary significantly from what used to be natural, that is, socially acceptable, if not recommended in earlier periods when Jacobs himself made the series. So obviously what is at stake here is this very difficult balance between the continuation of the original spirit of the series, which is demanded in a very fervorous way by the fan community. And we must not forget that the publication of the Blake and Mortimer series is a major source of income in the comics market. I can tell you, for instance, that the new iterations, the new albums published that continue the original Edgar Pierre Jacobs series are the most sold albums every year in France. If you look at any statistics of the albums that are published in the Franco-Belgian markets, you can notice that #1 albums are most often than not pertain to this continuation series. So we're talking about a very important marketing strategy that must be put in place and marketing considerations. And of course, there is this obligation to respond to the expectations of the fans who are looking for a continuation of the style that they used to appreciate during the publication of the original series, notably a specific age group, which is the people who are probably around 50 to 70 nowadays and who used to read the original Jacobs publications in their youth. So it is very important to respond to this demand of authenticity by the fans. At the same time, it is important to bring today the ideological setting and preoccupations of the series. And that is exactly what this continuation will develop. And I bring you a few examples of the multiple strategies that have been applied to develop this kind of actualization of the original Jacobs series. So the first example is Le Sanctuaire du Gondwana, which was published in 2013, and which introduces a topic that was completely forbidden in the original Blake and Mortimer series, since the series was published having in mind young public. It is also important to remind that these youth magazines actually came from an original context, which was based in Christian matrix, usually from a very conservative milieu. Not exactly Tintin, the Tintin magazine, since it was founded by a left-wing resistant who fought against the Nazi occupation in the Second World War, but at the same time, it is a magazine that prolongs this Christian and conservative tradition that allowed for the creation of the first youth magazines that hosted comic series such as Le Petit Vingtième, where the Adventures of Tintin were first published. So within this context, for instance, it was completely impossible to make any references to love and sexuality. And Le Sanctuaire du Gondwana and a few of its preceding episodes will introduce this dimension to this very strict and caste series. For instance, there is a direct reference to the love life of Professor Mortimer. There is a reference to one of his love stories in India. He fell heads over heels in love with an Indian princess, and that is a motive that is explored, for instance, in Les sarcophages du 6e continent, and it is reutilized in further installments of this continuation series. Here, for instance, there is a reference to an unresolved flirt between Professor Mortimer and a scientist named Sarah Summertown. And I bring to you the attention of the subtlety and the discretion of the representation of this amorous involvement. In the central panel of the strip, for instance, there is a reference to a certain uncomfortable generated by this flirt between Sarah Summertown and Professor Mortimer, and a reference to the fact that this female character is blushing. We can't see her face. She is facing Professor Mortimer and has her backs to the reader, but there is a reference to this rougissement, to this flushing that is provoked by her amorous intent towards Professor Mortimer. And the strategy here is very smart. The red of this flushing is actually used in the narrative block that describes this uncomfortable generated by this amorous tendency felt between the two. In Le Testament de William S., for instance, there is also reference to a flirt between Professor Mortimer and the daughter of Sarah Summertown, who, in a way, by proxy, is actually continuing the story, the love story between Professor Mortimer and Sarah Summertown. Once again, there is a reference to the flush that can be felt because of the uncomfortable generated by the flirt between the two. And for instance, there is the application of this red on the curtains that are behind the character of Sarah Summertown before the door is closed in a hotel where both are going to spend the night. So this is something that could never, ever exist in the original Jacob series, and there was basically no representation of female characters at all in the original series. My penultimate example is from Le Serment des Cinq Lords, which is a kind of rehabilitation of the colonialist tendency of the original Jacob series for the 21st century. Basically, there is the introduction of the feeling of guilt, which is something that also didn't exist in the original series. So what happens here is that there is an involuntary involvement of Francis Blake in the killing of T.E. Lawrence, most known in the 20th century as Lawrence of Arabia because of the very famous 1960s film. And basically there is a reference to the involuntary involvement of Francis Blake in the killing of Lawrence of Arabia. And he manifests in a very, very clear way his repulsion towards certain aspects of the British Empire. And he defends himself by saying that he didn't know about certain elements of the social structure that was generated by the inequalities of the British Empire. He says, for instance, d'avoir observé votre passion pour la princesse Gita et d'avoir découvert avec vous les inégalités raciales de l'Empire britannique, je compris que je devais d'abord vivre et apprendre avant de rejoindre l'armée. So after watching your passion for this Indian princess, and after having discovered the racial inequalities of the British Empire, I understood that at first I had to live and learn before joining the army. And in the second panel, which is part of the same sequence, but it's a very long sequence, as you can see from the distance between these two of the pages of these two panels, Francis Blake expresses guilt in relation to his participation of the killing of T.E. Lawrence. So he said in the last sentence of the speech bubble, je devais me racheter de ma participation involontaire à cette odieuse vengeance personnelle. So I had to find my penitence from my participation, my involuntary participation in this odious personal vengeance. And the last example I bring you is Le Dernier Espadon. So Espadon is the very famous technological military kind of airplane that was invented by Professor Mortimer in the first trilogy of the original Blake and Mortimer series. So it's the first 3 albums of the Jacob series. And in 2021, there was a revisitation of this story. And there is a reference, there is a story constructed around the presence of the last Espadon. So there is clearly a reference to the end of this ultra-militaristic obsession of the series by the destruction of the last plane that was invented by Professor Mortimer. And there is something that also never exists in the original Blake and Mortimer series, which is a fight between the 2 main characters. And Francis Blake will accuse Philip Mortimer of being hypocritical in a way, because he couldn't define himself as benefiter of humanity in the sense that he was the brilliant, and this is the text of the last panel, of the first speech bubble of the last panel, he was the inventor of a weapon capable of destroying an entire city in less than 1 hour. So my last panel is, my last slide is this one. It is a reference to the way in which this series has also been proposing a certain number of prolongations and continuations by investing in alternative aesthetic strategies. notably creating an hors-série parallel series, which invites specific artists who are not working with a clear line to create their own approaches to the non-canonical Blake and Mortimer series. And this specific example is called La fiancée du Docteur Septimus. And you can see that the style that is used by this artist, Jean Arambat, is a style which is completely divergent from the classical, austere, clear line style employed by Jacobs and his continuators. So this is a very smart continuation. I believe it is one of the most complex and versatile approaches to the spirit of continuation of the classical Franco-Belgian stories, and it is a mix of compromise with the clear line tradition and an actualization of the ideological tendencies, notably in this adjustment to a new balance, a new political balance, and also a new response to the current conflicts that are marking the actuality of our world nowadays. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for your presentation. And now we have some time for the discussions. Are there any questions? We will have the questions for all the presenters. So are there any questions from the audience here or online? I don't see any hands, but I have one question. I'm curious, we heard a lot today about different ways of different crises and different crises in the different fields. I mean, theater, then fiction, then we looked and read a lot about the comics. So do you think that literature is capable not only to think about the crisis depicted, but also to resist these cycles of the never-ending crisis? I'm not so sure which one of you would like to start. Maybe you, David, as you are in our screen right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I missed the last part of your question. I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, I was asking if it's possible, for instance, that we are thinking about the literature and it depicts the crisis, as you talked about the ideology in the bande dessinée, that, well, basically this is one of the newest editions of this really classical comics. So I was thinking if we are thinking about the literature, which usually depicts the crisis and it talks about the crisis, but is it capable to some kind of prevent the crisis? Does it has any capabilities resist the crisis? If we so I mean, not only in the bande dessinée, but also in theatrical fiction and also in the fiction itself.
Well, I thank you very much for your question. I mean, I would say that that is one of the main preoccupations of literature in the 21st century. I would risk to say that it is a very difficult situation to assess, really. I mean, I do believe in the transformative power of literature. I do believe in the influence of worldviews, namely in the popular setting. So I know that Blake and Mortimer is read by huge amounts of people, both youngsters and also exploring this nostalgic market. But I wouldn't risk to make many sociological conclusions about it, in the sense that I'm not sure of exactly what the role is, in the sense of, you know, the changing of the worldview of these albums right now. I think we do need probably historical distancing to be able to evaluate this in relation to the contemporary continuation of the Blake and Mortimer series, but we do have some data to analyze and some insights to analyze the influence of the youth series that were developed in the young magazines in the 1950s and the immediate post-war period. And we do know the influence of these magazines in the construction of a worldview that was obviously aligned with the West at the time. I think the new debates and new outlooks on the difficult political balance between different powers, notably in the military field, and unfortunately we have been discussing this a lot in the last few years because of many conflicts that have arisen. And I think that the Blick and Mortimer series does have a role in shaping worldviews and reflecting contemporary preoccupations, but I think that the exact extent of this influence will only be able to be analyzed in a few years, probably with some historical distance.
Katja, what do you think in your research field?
Yes, thank you for your question. I had introduced these 7 stages of conflict, and in Risa's theater plays, they go through different phases. They go through different stages, and as I described in the Code of Carnage, it starts actually at the point of negotiation. So the stalemate, this herding stalemate stage is overcome actually, but then they re-enter the conflict. So there are certain like waves of conflict, and there are moments where the actors seem to be at the point of resolving their issues, but then again, there's a trigger, a word, microaggression, something that restarts the conflict. So we will find ourselves, when David was just talking about the Cold War, one can wonder, are we now back again on the peak of another wave? So there is temporary resolution also in the theater play, but the Risa's theater plays, they don't end in absolute harmony. People usually then separate, and we realize as viewers, as spectators, we realize it could restart again, and we reflect on our own situation always.
Can I speak here?
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry. So the short answer from my field to your question, because I liked how when you repeated your question, there was a different aspects of it. I actually liked it because the answers to both of them would be different from my side. So prevent no, resist yes. What I mean, however, is resistance is not typically, not always effective. And the question would be, what would that actually mean to resist, right, in this way? So I think resist in a way of opposing in terms of view or strategy or, you know, changing your attitudes towards it, absolutely yes. And that was the center of my presentation, I believe, but prevent, absolutely not. I think that in terms of especially economic crisis, there's no such thing for literature to do. But however, I think there's certain aspect of the literature after 2008, not only literature, but also movies that were important, was their function to actually explain what this crisis is. Especially in terms of 2008, the issues behind the economic crisis were so complex and so intertwined with the understanding of economic knowledge and having the economic knowledge and political knowledge itself, that I think, for example, Big Short, the very blockbuster cinema movie, was a very important tool for people to understand what was behind the Lehman Brothers crisis, what was behind the Wall Street collapse, etc., etc. However, in terms of literature, I think this kind of I'm very hesitant to see if its impact is as effective as the popularity of it. I think it was, if I recall correctly, I think that the most readers of the novels I was recalling are people from the same generation as the authors. So I don't think that it means that it lacks importance, but it means that it has importance towards the people who are actually have similar attitudes towards it or struggling with similar stuff, because we have this kind of almost like in memes, like this sub-millennial woman crisis, right? So you have plants instead of animals because, you know, that's easier to handle and stuff like this, and having mundane office jobs, etc. And I think it kind of helps to coin the cultural recognition of it, like the different condition or something like this. But prevent, I don't think the answer would be no. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I agree. Any other questions?
I had 2 questions actually, one for David and one for Olga. For Olga, I have the question, how do you consider the situation? You're talking about resistance to Wall Street. Would that be for you the stage I mentioned about the herding stalemate, for example? Has there been any resolution, or is it still at this kind of stalemate stage?
Do you mean culturally or economically, social economically speaking?
I'm talking about the literature you were sharing with us. do you see in correlation to the Wall Street resistance, those camps that were out there? Wasn't that the stage of herding stalemate? At least that's how I would see it. I'm wondering if you see it similarly.
I understand. No, thank you for clarification. I would say that in this terms, I think that when you say about stalemate, I think I would probably in my research, which I think is synonymous at least, it's an impasse. The term impasse, like having this moment of stuck in a moment, and you kind of recognize each other's position, each other's ideologies behind, ethics behind, or interest behind. However, you are recognizing that the situation is not moving anywhere actually.
That's the stalemate, the dead end, yes.
And however, when you reach an impasse, there's an ability to move yourself either, right? So I wouldn't consider it like the conflict is stalemating, but the subject inside the conflict are kind of stuck in their own position, which I think is part of the resistance actually. To not be that eager to change your position or be too persuaded to change the attitude, etc., etc. So the difference between our approaches, I must say, I see in recognizing the stalemate not as something to be overcome the stalemate to reach something better, but I see in the stalemate the situation that can actually resist something. Resist being, let's be productive again. Let's create, the anti-recession movement. Let's work 12 hours a day instead of 8 hours a day, right? So this kind of stalemate I actually like in this literature, but it doesn't easily resolve to something like, but I met somebody that was productive and we took a mortgage not in the New York City, but instead we went to Alabama, which the housing is cheaper, right? So I like how it uses the awful condition to be inside this condition rather to escape it and go to the the state of nature or imagined or otherwise. So I think that's the difference between us in terms of individual conflict and cultural conflict, right? Because that's the issue for a long answer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And the question for David is, I've always seen Blake and Mortimer as a comic book, but I never read it. But I know Tintin, Hergé, Milou, and so on. How do you compare Blake, who is like the strong British officer, you said, is he army or I guess, or is it Air Force?
Yes, he's the intelligence. He's counter-espionage.
Intelligence.
Yes.
Okay. So how does he compare to Captain Haddock? Like the opposite,
Oh,
the drunkard
yeah.
and all this, like the total opposite, I thought.
Yes, indeed, of course. Yes, actually, it's very interesting because Captain Haddock will become in the mid history of the publication of Les Aventures de Tintin, he will become the real protagonist of the series, and Tintin just becomes a kind of sidekick. Although, of course, it's still Les Aventures de Tintin. He is still always on in the cover, but he's a character who is much less modulated than Captain Haddock, who has psychological profundity, which is much more sophisticated than that of Tintin. In the case of Blake and Mortimer, I'm seeing the room of the Institute for the first time. The camera has been turned around. Hi. So yes, absolutely. They're very, very different figures. And a very important aspect is that there is almost no comic relief in the Blake and Mortimer series. It's an extremely serious series. And this is a huge contrast with The Adventures of Tintin, in which there are many, many characters that are actually responsible for this comic relief, notably Captain Haddock, but not only the Dupont detectives, for instance, and Milou.
Those two.
And so there is the maintenance of this extremely sophisticated, serious, cased aura around Blake and Mortimer, and it is never broken by any behavior which could be considered unnatural or unmeritory of the statute, of the social statute of these characters. So in a way, they are very, very different indeed, because they represent two different approaches to the same style, but also two different approaches to the same ideological framework. And I would say that the Manichaeism that is felt in both Les Aventures de Tintin and Blake and Mortimer is actually nuanced as well, because this Manichaeism is much more politically informed in the Blake and Mortimer adventures. I mean, the political context is much more developed. there is much more information on who is at conflict and the national and supranational forces that are actually justifying this opposition. Whereas in the Adventures of Tintin, we are in a much less contextualized political debate. Really, it's much more stylized, I would say, both in terms of graphic style and in ideological terms.
And regarding conflict, there is conflict between Tintin and Captain Haddock, especially
Yes, of course,
when
as
Haddock
well.
had too much to drink, those scenes where he is in delirium. But is that are there any conflicts between Mortimer and Blake?
Well, there are, but only in the continuation. So that is one of the great novelties, actually, in L'Affaire Francis Blake, which is the first adventure to be published after the end of the original series. So by Ted Benoit and Jean Van Ham. And in that album, for the first time, there is the possibility that Francis Blake is actually a villain. And the whole narrative, the whole plot surrounds that idea. And of course, there is for the first time a conflict between Francis Blake and Philip Mortimer. And the example that I just gave of Le Dernier Espadon shows precisely this tension that might exist between two conflicting views on the British colonial empire. So in a way, the introduction of conflict is also a way of resolving a subliminary conflict which was unresolved in the original series. So the creation of debate, the creation of a fight between the characters is also a way of discussing politics, of discussing ideology, and of showing that there is no there is a modulation that has to be discussed. I mean, it is a very complex ideological context which is at stake in the original series, and conflict paradoxically might help reflect on it and possibly resolve it even.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the discussions. And now we have a short break. Everybody who's here will have a coffee break. I really hope that you will have a coffee break as well. We'll meet in 20 minutes around, like 11:10 Lithuanian time. And thank you once again for the wonderful presentations, and see you in 20 minutes. No, the next one. Yeah, the next one. And the coffee break is upstairs.
Hello. Hello, dear participants of the conference, Literature in Era of Conflicts, Ideology and Ethics. I am happy to see, sorry, I don't see one participant. Can you go? We are starting the second section, which is, as I understood, is dedicated to the relationships between repressive state and conscious individual. And I would like to welcome presenter Ananga Nair and Punya Shuripanda from Indian Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswara. Are you here? Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
And their presentation is about narrativizing internal conflicts within a state, a comparative study of the fetus and examination day. So we are listening to you. Please start.
Yes, I'll share the screen.
Share. Nereikia. Taip, pažiūrėk. Gerai?
Is the screen visible?
Yes, visible.
Okay. Good day, everyone. I'm Anagha Nair, a PhD research scholar from the Department of English, School of Humanities, Social Sciences and Management from the Indian Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar, India. I will be presenting our paper, Narrativizing Internal Conflicts Within a State, a comparative study of the fetus and examination day, which I've co-authored with my supervisor, Dr. Punishri Panda. So this is the scheme of my presentation. I will be giving an introduction about the emergency of 1975. And I will be talking about the two concepts that I'm using here, which is motocracy, mega murders, and the surveillance by the state, where I'll be talking about panopticon. And then I'll be talking about the two texts in focus, which is The Fetus and Examination Day. Both are short stories. And finally, I'll be concluding by analyzing the totalitarian undertones in both these short stories. So, introduction. What is the emergency of 1975? So, the Constitution of India envisages three kinds of emergencies. So, this emergency is a time period that is declared by the President of India. So, there are three kinds of emergencies, like the national emergency, which can be declared on the ground of a war or an external aggression or armed rebellion inside the state. Then there is a financial emergency and also a state emergency if the constitutional machineries in the state are not working properly. So a national emergency, which was internal in nature, was declared in India on 25 June 1975 by the then President of India, Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed, and it lasted for a period of 21 months until it was revoked on 21st March 1977. So the state propounded or propagated the need of emergency as emergency being a time period that will foster the development of the nation. And the state reasoned for the declaration of emergency as the rising forces of disintegration and rising communal passions. So in a nutshell, the aim of emergency, morality was the aim of the state, and it was carried out through emergency. And the earlier public responses, especially that of the middle classes, was rather welcoming because it was a time when they opined that the government officers were functioning on time. There were no strikes or trade union strikes out of the blue. And also there were various programs that were implemented by the state to foster the development of both the individuals and the nation. So out of this, the most prominent is the 25-point programs, which actually was a 20-point program at first, which was implemented by the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, and later 5 more congruent points were added to these 20-point programs by her son Sanjay Gandhi. So out of all these 25 points, only 2 points came center stage, or only 2 points were adopted and done, implemented in a wide scale. One is the afforestation, which was concentrated in a particular area, that is Delhi, the capital of India. And the second one was a family planning program. It was implemented nationwide. So as part of the family planning program, all the males were asked to undergo vasectomy, and they were asked to produce vasectomy certificates if they wanted, if they were government employees, if they wanted a salary hike, if they wanted a promotion, and people were coaxed and coerced to undergo the vasectomy. And they were even provided incentives like ghee, radios, and so on. So emergency was also a period of curbing of rights of the citizens. And it was also a time when press censorship was instituted by the state. So any criticism against the state was cut then and there. And there were widespread arrests and voices of dissent were curbed. And employing MISA, which is the Maintenance of Internal Security Act, the act empowered the police force to arrest anyone whom they seem is a potential threat and detain them in custody without judicial protection or without a trial. So there were many works that detailed about the horrors of emergency, which were published right after the revoking of emergency, that is on 1977. But there were also some works that escaped the eyes of the censors and were published during the emergency, 2 of which I'll be talking about here. One is cartoons. So I hope both these cartoons are visible. So the first cartoon, both these cartoons are by the Indian cartoonist Abu Abraham. So here you can see the one person asking the another, remind me once again, how many freedoms do we have now? So it's clearly pointing out the lack of freedom during when emergency is in when India is going through this period of emergency. Freedoms like freedom of expression, freedom to assemble, freedom to protest are all curbed by the nation. And another one is, you've guessed it right, V is for vasectomy. So vasectomy was so prominent in India during that time. The emergency period at times is notoriously known as the time of sterilization or time of vasectomy. Another one is this piece of news that escaped the censor side, which is an obit for democracy. And it appeared on the Indian newspaper, The Times of India, on 28 June 1975. 3 days after the declaration of emergency. And here you can see democracy is being lamented by T. Ruth, L.I. Bertie, Hope, Justica, and Faith. So I'll be talking about the 2 concepts here. First is the democide. So R.J. Rummel, in his work, Democide in Totalitarian States, Mortocracies and Mega Murders, defines totalitarianism as a system of government that is unlimited constitutionally, and it has unlimited power to control all aspects of the society. So in a way, the totalitarian governments have absolute power. This absolute power makes them the deciders of who wants to live in the society and who should be eliminated from the society. So this leads to mortocracy. Mortocracy he defines as a type of political system that habitually and systematically murders large numbers of its own citizens. Or it can also be called democide, which is the killing of a person or a group of people by the government. So R.J. Rummel talks about totalitarian governments as the contemporary embodiment of absolute power. And he also gives 2 terms like kilo murderers and mega murderers, where kilo murderers is the killing of people on the count of thousands and mega murderers on the count of millions. So now this question comes, how do the state choose whom to kill and whom not to kill? And the answer is by surveillance. So the state is constantly constantly in check for the people, and the government acts as bodies of surveillance. So the people are under the constant gaze of the government. So the state acts as a macrocosm of panopticon, where each and every individual is under the surveillance of the state. So in both these short stories, we can see in the fetus, the state controls the pregnancies of all pregnancies of the citizens, and in examination day, right from the birth of the child, the government is always in the picture. So here the state is insistent that it should be aware about the birth of the children, and it should be there always with the citizens. So this insistence to be informed and involved in the births and deaths of the citizens endows the state, or entitles the state with a godlike power, and it makes the state a godlike entity. So moving on to the story, The Fetus, it's a Malayalam story, and it was later translated to English, and O.V. Vijayan is the writer. It appears in the anthology After the Hanging and Other Short Stories. It is set in an unnamed Indian village ruled by the lady sovereign, who has an immaculate conception, immaculate within quotes. The story progresses as the fetus of the lady sovereign crawls out of her womb, at first at night, killing villagers, and later during the day, killing and raping women, wreaking havoc in the village along with the followers, the youth, referred to in the short story as the gentry. So here is a passage from The Fetus. Here you can see there are other two characters, the priest and the astrologer. So the priest asks the astrologer if the conception of this lady sovereign is immaculate. And suddenly the astrologer says that he cannot find it out because the planets do not speak. And suddenly there are three men looming behind the astrologer and asking him that this is an immaculate conception and the people need such a reading. So, and their voice is menacing. And finally, the astrologer casts his shells again, and he assents to their need, and he proclaims that this is an immaculate conception. So this is the first case of coercion in the story. And here you can see how a discourse is formed, how the state and its apparatus are involved in the formation of a discourse, and how this discourse will be propagated to the citizens, and they are made to believe in this discourse. Another passage from the story is the earlier point I was talking about, how the government was in check of the pregnancies of women. So here, the young men, who are referred to as the gentry, they plunge into the water, they swam after the women, and they just disrobes them and checks them for the signs of pregnancy. And when they protest, they say this is the sovereign search and there should be no more private pregnancies anymore. So here you can say the state is involved. State decides who should be born and who not to be born. And there are phrases used by O.V. Vijayan in the work, like the fetus is slow, wherein the same thing happens again. The pregnancies are checked and the state decides who should live or not. And fetal eclipse, where the author says it to describe as the eclipse of democracy, as democracy is on eclipse during the fetus is slow. And there is also this phrase called the Book of Litany, which could actually be an allusion to the Constitution of India, because in the work, you can see the priest asking the astrologer to grab onto the Book of Litany because it is the only way out of this, whatever that is happening around them. And there is this, initially in the story, there are uncanny deaths of the villagers, and the villagers, they just avoid this, thinking that these are inexplicable aberrations in the system. And also there is this theme of the legacy of political leadership concentrated in the hands of a single family that we can see in the story. So here first it was the lady sovereign. She was in power, and later, without an election or anything, the power was steadily, slowly, and systematically transferred to her offspring, if you can say, to the fetus. So the emergency themes in this story, The Fetus, are: the villagers dispel the first incident of death by fetus as an aberration and chooses to forget the change in the political climate until the violence by state becomes more frequent. During emergency, the response of the middle class was welcoming at first. People gave into the idea that emergency was necessary for the development of nation until it left people with no freedom. And there is this theme of lack of bodily autonomy. The fetus prohibits childbirth and promotes only the birth of fetuses. Women are raped in the name of checking for uninformed pregnancies. And during emergency, as part of the family planning program in the 25-point program, compulsory vasectomy was instituted. Men were coaxed and coerced to undergo sterilizations. Incentives like ghee, radio, salary hike, and promotion for government employees were all the methods adopted to persuade people to undergo the process. So here in the story Fetus, the gentry are the blind followers of the fetus, and the setting of the residence where the lady sovereign and the fetus lives, it's a palace, and the palace is guarded by hounds. So it makes the place inaccessible to the other people, the people who are without power. And during emergency, there were repressive state apparatuses like the police who were empowered, who had the power to arrest anyone under the Maintenance of Internal Security Act and detain them in custody without trial. And the characters, Lady Sovereign and the Fetus, clearly present the political archetypes of India during the time of emergency. Now, the second short story is Examination Day by Henry Slazer. It has a dystopian setting. So set in a dystopian society, in this nation, it is mandatory for all the 12-year-olds to take a test of intelligence that decides their further longevity in the state. So the main characters in this story are the Jordans, Mr. Jordan, Mrs. Jordan, and their 12-year-old son, Richard Jordan, who goes by the name Dicky. So the story opens on the day of the 12th birthday of Richard, and 12th birthday, Richard has to undergo this test of intelligence, and he wakes up to see his mother in a state of melancholy and his father very irritated. And finally, the parents sit the boy down and tell them that he has to take a test and that it will be just like any other test that he takes in school and that he can come back afterwards. So the boy goes to the center for taking the test, and he there meets other kids who are 12 years of age, and then you can see him going to the hall to take the test. This is the final lines of the text. Here you can see the Jordans, they are receiving a call from the government educational service, and they are informed that the intelligence quotient of Richard has exceeded the government regulation. And then they say, and then they ask them, do you prefer a private burial for your son, or do you want the state to bury your son? And then the final line is, the fee for government burial is $10. So here in this dystopian land, anybody who exceeds the state set intelligence quotient will be eliminated, so as to maybe prevent further uprising in the future. So in his work 1984, Orwell says, nothing was your own except a few cubic centimeters in your skull. But in Slazer's dystopia, you can't even own the few centimeters of your skull because your intelligence is tested, your imagination is curbed. You cannot think. You can only think within the purview that the state decides for you. So the totalitarian undertones in both these stories, the societies in both the Fetus and Examination Day were under absolute power. So this absolute power grants them the authority to commit murders, to be there during the birth, and to decide if a child should be born or not. And even if the child is born, after a test like the intelligence test, the child could be killed. So there is this constant fear that the people are living in, and this constant fear leads to the habituation of fear. And there's always this spectacle of violence that the people are used to in both these short stories. So both these settings can be, or both these, even though the first one is supposed to happen, the first story, the fetus is supposed to happen in a democracy, and the second one is supposed to happen in a government-run place where there are people living happily, you can always find these totalitarian undertones in both these short stories. So, in conclusion, the everyday life of people in both these short stories are defined by power relations. Fear induced by the state prevents rebellion against the state. And this fear rises out of the spectacle of violence that the state commit towards the bodies that question their authority. And the process of disciplining and dissemination is carried out by repressive state apparatus under the close supervision of the state. And totalitarian societies are simulated societies. So here I have devised this or made this what I call a simulated loop, where I call the totalitarian regimes a simulated society, where the simulation happens in a loop, where you have violence, and the violence causes this fear, and the fear, it becomes habituated into the bodies of the individuals. And again, they see violence, and it's a constant loop. So this constant loop keeps the people in check, and it prevents them from opposing the government, because they know if they oppose us, there is always this violence that will happen. So I'd like to conclude by saying that the totalitarian regimes are, in a way, a simulated loop. So these are the works cited. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting and good structured presentation. I would like to ask if there are any questions. We have audience here. If no, I wanted to ask, some time has passed, is there changes, other changes in politics now living in India?
Of course, ma'am. The emergency was just for a period of 21 months, when the government thought that it was really needed for the development of the nation. But however, there were a lot of negatives that happened, because there was press censorship. People were forced to undergo sterilization. So after a while, the elections came up, a new political party came into being, and things have changed, and India is a democracy. So it was just maybe an aberration in the history of India.
Thank you. So thank you very much, and I want to announce the topic of the second.
I had one question. I had
Excuse me.
one. Yeah, sorry. I had one question. You mentioned rape in India, and it's often in the news. Was there a correlation between a potential increase in rape when men were sterilized, or was that unrelated? In
Ma'am,
real life now, not in fiction. I was just wondering.
Okay, ma'am. The rape I was talking about, it's the fictional rape that happens, because in reality, there were no rape, because men were asked to undergo sterilization. So it was mainly vasectomy happening during that time. But if you see the reality, there are rape cases reported in India. Recently, there was this rape case that was reported from Kolkata, and people are still protesting, and the case is still going on. So there are rape cases, but the one I was talking about was in the fictional world of OVJ.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to present Latvian scholar Ilze Laksoptiminska from University of Latvia and Institute of Literature, Folklore and Art of the University of Latvia, with the presentation The Woman Question in Latvian Soviet Prose in the 1920s. You need the
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah. So yeah, my name is Ilse, and I have the last hurdles to overcome in order to defeat my PhD thesis on Latvian Soviet prose in 1920s, 30s. And so let me start by outlining who these Latvians and diaspora are, whose literature I am going to talk about. So in 1920s, there were approximately 160 to 180,000 Latvians living in the USSR, and it's about 8% of all Latvians at that time living in all the world. The bulk of the diaspora consisted of peasants who had migrated to the later USSR in the late 19th century and early 20th century. The first significant wave of Latvian peasant migration began in 1961, when serfdom was abolished throughout the Russian Empire. And this made it possible for peasants to move freely and buy land in other provinces of the Russian Empire. In what is now Latvia, it was difficult to become a landowner because land was expensive and mostly ruled by German or Polish nobility. So Latvian peasants migrated first to closer areas in nowadays Russia, and later to further afield, such as Siberia, where land was given free of charge. So they go to buy land. And when the Latvian Republic was established in 1980, Latvian peasants and their descendants living in the new established USSR didn't move to the newly established Latvia, not for the political or ideological reasons, but more their interest in and understanding of the revolution and the change of political regime was probably minimal. And rather they relied on restoration of their usual rhythm of life after the war, and they was satisfied with their lives in these areas. But ideologically different Soviet Latvian diaspora was formed by the Latvian Red Riflemen, who after the Civil War, they fought in Red Army. Some of them, about 5,000-6,000, decided to stay in the Soviet Union and not to go to live in new established Latvian Republic. And also in Latvia, there was a short-lived communist government led by Pēteris Stučka in Riga. It was for a few months in 1980 and 1990. And when the government was expelled, many communist supporters led by Stučka left Latvia and went to the USSR. So in early 20s, the Latvian diaspora in the USSR consisted of two completely different groups: historical political migrants migrants, Latvian peasants, and convinced communists whose choice to live in the USSR was ideologically based. They were also hostile to the independent Republic of Latvia, considering it's the state of white Latvians and kulaks and so on. And in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, national minorities could organize their everyday life in their own language. So there was a network of Latvian schools with almost 200 schools, newspapers, magazines, theaters, and of course, literature. And it is precisely this Latvian literature in the USSR in the 1920s, which was parallel with literature in Latvia, which I will talk in my presentation and research. So, turning to the woman question, the period of socialist construction that followed the revolution was a time of great change in the personal and social life of citizens, with the aim of creating the new Soviet man from the pre-revolutionary individual. It was perhaps women who experienced the greatest changes. The granting of rights to women that would make them equal to men was cornerstone of Bolshevik propaganda. So after the revolution, women were granted unprecedented rights, such as the right to vote, to work as lawyers and judges, be equal to men in social works. Divorce was made easier since the Bolsheviks saw women's inability to initiate divorce as a source of bourgeois degradation, oppression, and humiliation. Abortions became legal if performed by doctor, but according to Lenin's vision, the final solution of the women's question could not be achieved without involving all women in socially productive work and freeing them from domestic slavery and the perpetual fever of the kitchen and the nursery. And also in 1990, the movement's division of the party was founded by decree of Central Committee, and in the start it was headed by Ines Armand, Concordia Samoilova, and Alexandra Kollontai, and they supervised campaigns and meetings organized by the network of delegates throughout the USSR, published documents, newsletters, and various women's magazines such as Rabotnica and Christianka. And in these magazines, they published advices and guidelines for young Soviet women in almost all aspects of life. And of course, such significant changes also affected the texts of Latvian Soviet authors, but we cannot speak of unified vision or coherent integration of the ideas dictated by Soviet ideology in the text. Also, I would like to add right away that ironically, all Soviet Latvian writers at this time were men. So I am basically going to talk about men writing about women. I want to talk about different aspects of women in the USSR and their representation in Latvian prose, but I realized that due to the time limit, I could only focus on two of them, which are basically related to each other. And one of the issues come up a lot in the set of texts is women as an equal companion to the man and the problems associated with that. The equality of the new type of woman is not self-assumed in the works of all Latvian authors. For example, Jan Seiduks in the story Revolutionary Tribunal, Oля goes to live with her beloved partisan in the forest. Oля is shown as impractical, feminine, someone who can exist only in patriarchal society. She has musical education, she reads romantic authors such as Latvian neo-romantic author Jānis Poriks or Goethe, so-called old type of woman. When she arrives in the forest, it is as if she is in foreign place. She is the only woman partisan. She is assigned women's work, cooking, cleaning wounds, and similar works. And in addition, all other forest brothers sexually desires her and make sexual remarks. I quote, "Well, one thing I'd like to know is who I'm really, a companion or a bedmate. I can't stand the greedy eyes and the ambiguities any longer." The woman's voice is full of emotion, bitterness, and sobs. "What though? Did govers? You are all the same. You would swallow me. You look at each other with your eyes, jealousy. And these are supposed to be the people of the future? You are simple animals, nothing more." End of quote. After a while, it turns out that Oля is pregnant, and her pregnancy weighs heavily on her boyfriend, Edis. He is tortured by self-guilt about why he allowed Oля to come to the forest and why he has not been able to overcome his instincts and sexual impulses. In the text, Edis is unable to imagine the future of partisans with Oля pregnant or with the baby, nor does he feel shame and fear about what the other comrades will say. This shows that in the world Edis has created, women and men are not quite equal. Each has their own roles and responsibilities, which should not be confused. Women must be in a safe environment and place. one of her functions is to produce offspring, which cannot be integrated into partisan lifestyle. The story also takes a turn. Olja, on her way to attack one of the owner's house, which she has never done before, and symbolically it's a male role. So she attacks this house and she accidentally blows herself up by misusing a grenade. As a result, Edis is sad, but at the same time relieved to be able to continue his partisan work with his comrades without baggage. In this case, baggage is women and the probably unborn child. And in this way, the gender equality preached by Soviets in the world of Eiduk's story clashes with the patriarchal possessive worldview. Other authors are much more successful at integrating new perspective. For example, in stories of Alvils Ceplis and Artur Skadikis Grosny's female comrades regularly appear who are also successfully involved in the partisan movement and actively fight for the revolution. So in 1920s in the USSR, by vulgarizing Kollontais famous phrase, sexual intercourse should not be regarded as shameful or sinful, but as natural, healthy expression of the organisms as a satisfying of hunger or thirst. The water glass theory emerged in society and was widespread among young Soviet citizens. This concept implied that satisfying sexual needs should be as simple as relieving thirst by drinking a glass of water. But there were also ideas in contrast that love is in general was a shameful bourgeois feeling, a weakness to be get rid of. So in fact, two coexisting modern revolutionary thoughts on female sexuality emerged. One that Soviet people should be sexually open and free and polygamous, and the other preaching abstinence and strictness of character. Both ideas are reflected in Latvian Soviet short fiction. For example, in Alvils Ceplis' story cycle, The Deniers and the Wolves of Maliena, the young female revolutionist Milda lives in commune with other comrades and is open to relationships with all male inhabitants of the commune. I quote, "She will make love to the ones she liked today because the day has different requirements. Tonight she may even leave guests alone in bed and lie on the floor next to Liepinch, not to deprave, but to live. Now many people want to live their personal lives in controversy. They are destroyers and seekers. They must not be judged. How easily and naturally human relationships are breaking down, which were being refined by the sophisticated poetic aesthetes and old moralists." It must be said, however, that despite the fact that Ceplis' female characters are in line with many modern Soviet ideas about free love and so on, Latvian female critics do not look positively on these free love seekers. For example, the Soviet Latvian critic Anna Perle writes, "Every committed working woman must bring a strong accusation against Ceplis for seeing the main task of revolutionary women in the destruction of the old morality of the sexes and for understanding this destruction itself in very unproletarian way." So she says that the characters of Ceplis are like hares in mating season. But in contrast, in the story by Artur Skadikis Grosnys, On the Banks of Daugava, which he tells a story of 1919 when Soviets take Riga and establish the Soviet government by Petr Stučka. Red Army soldiers Irma and Elsa share a room in Riga with their battle comrade Reits, and their life is dictated by a comradely asexual lifestyle. I quote, "First in the evening, he seemed to be the last to go to bed, waiting for his turn outside the door. Second, he was the first up in the morning and went out immediately. But since there was nothing to do, outside the door he went to market, bought milk, and on the way to bakery pies, cakes, and other edibles. While the comrades were getting dressed and making themselves beautiful, Wrights was already home with breakfast and waiting outside to the door for the entrance permit. These duties didn't bother him. They lived happily together, joked about each other, laughed, went to work together, and attended the Komsomol committee. So accordingly, Kadikis Grozny's he encodes his female characters with ideals, women who fought for the Russian Civil War with weapons equal to men in decision making and so on. But sexuality remains taboo. The primary task of Soviet people is not to indulge in bourgeois love and sexual orgies, but to fulfill their duties in the revolutionary struggle. Such disciplined sexual female-male relations also appears in many other Soviet Latvian works, especially with stories that deal specifically with the situation of Russia during the Civil War and partisan battles. Very few works do not view sexuality in such a schematic way, either a complete supporter of free love versus total abstinence and commitment to work. For example, in Robert Seidemann's modernist ornamental long story, The Surrounded, female sexuality is a central theme of the story. It is not reduced to decadent sin or the satisfaction of male desires, but is seen as a natural facet of the personality, as a motivating and propelling force that could also be linked to the modernist literary paradigm. One of the greatest motivators and drives of the protagonist Anya is a sexual frustration she feels in her relationship with the Bolshevik Ivanov. I quote, "So every day more and more strongly Anya felt her loneliness. She would like to cuddle up to Ivanov, sometimes to have a long sweet talk. He also falls into bed without undressing, heavy and limp, like a sack of flour. Why don't you want to put on a clean shirt? You smell like a badger." But Ivanov is already asleep. Anya looks at the man's unshaven, chapped cheeks, listens to his whimpering and thinks, "Run, escape. Where to? Never mind. To the Polish front, to the Wrangel's front, or the Far East. In this life, gray, moldly, without joy and cares that Anya fought for." It is Anya's sexual frustrations that brings everything to a tragic end. She leaves and betrays Ivanov and goes to the sensual political antagonist Volkov. But Volkov uses Anya to get information about the Bolsheviks' plans. On the one hand, Eidemann shows female sexuality as destructive drive that could be seen as stigma. On the other hand, it is this drive that frees Anya from life that depresses and dissatisfies her, allowing her to break free and live more pleasurably. Albeit temporarily and with tragic consequences, as Anya commits suicide by hanging herself with telephone wires, and the end of the story, but not the main point. So another work that speaks more complex, multi-layered sexuality is Kadikis Grozny's Long Story Ends. In it, an exemplary Red Army man, Arvids, goes on a work trip and leaves his wife and children in Leningrad. But while on his trip, he meets Jagoda, a Komsomol activist from village. Here you can see a comparison between his wife Erna and his recently met Komsomol Jagoda. And Arvids is faced with dilemma to be faithful to his wife or let his new feelings take him where they him take. This situation, so humanly universal and familiar in any literature, is portrayed in a psychological manner not typical of Latvian Soviet short fiction. Arvids is a psychologically multi-faced, war and past traumatized, dissatisfied man who finds it difficult to build and maintain a fulfilling relationships. But Kadikis Grozny goes even further. Not only does he allow a Red Army man to cheat on his wife, at one point Arvids realizes that he has contracted sexual transmitted disease from Jagoda. In this sense, in creating Jagoda, Kadikis Grozny has not tried to give her the exemplary qualities that will traditionally be characteristic of young female party member comes around women. But Katekis Grozny's does not stigmatize the disease. On the contrary, Arvids educates Jagade and urges to her to seek treatment, encouraging her that life does not end there. In this sense, Katekis Grozny's creates a psychological, non-stigmatic female representation and situation. Yeah, and one aspect is also exotic women that there are in some stories there are passionate, exotic, sexually available Oriental women, and like Tatars, Caucasus women, Gypsy women, and this construction of such female ethnotypes also demonstrates that the colonial outlook of Soviet Latvian authors constructing these women as exotic sexual objects who neither possesses nor need the qualities which are expected of Russian new woman or Latvian or European woman, which is new Soviet women. So in conclusion, I wanted to say that the narratives of Latvian Soviet authors on women's equality and sexuality are diverse and multi-voiced. So yeah, I will not repeat that so yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments, questions?
Context, and then the Tudor was obviously in the Soviet Union, right? Not in the Latvian,
yeah,
but in the Soviet. So what is the how do those works correspond to the Russian Soviet literature? Are they the same? Are they different from the Russian literature? And about all the context, the social context of those works. Of course, there were differences in the social politics in the USSR in 1920s, 1930s. So how do they, are they reflected in those Latvian works or not? So a little bit about context of what you told.
Yeah, thank you for questions. There are similarities between Russian literature and Latvian literature, but there are also differences. Latvian literature were more political in 1920s than Russian literature, because in Russian literature there were different movements, modernistic movements, and in Latvian literature they were more they were more it's so-called proletarian writing. They wrote in a realistic manner and so on. And so I would say that Russian literature in 1920s was more diverse, interesting, and so on. And of course, it changes in 30s because when Stalin's took leadership of the USSR, all these modern ideas about free love and women equality was abundant, and so it was reflected in Latvian works also. So more about women and work and family concept also came back in the 1930s, so it was the main topics in 30s, and so it changes. Yeah.
I would like to ask, were these writings republished later in 1940s and later?
It's interesting because in 1937, national operations led by Stalin killed almost all these authors. So in 30s and 50s, in the occupied Latvia, in the USSR, no one speak about these authors because they were killed, and in late 50s and 60s in the USSR, in Latvian USSR, works started, renaissance of his works, they started to republish and talk about these authors after Stalin's death. So, but nowadays it's very niche, it's not very good literature, but very interesting in the context. So yeah, it's published only in the Soviet times in Latvia, republished, but nowadays no.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite the next speaker, Jānis Sloga, from Institute of Literature, Folklore and Art of the University of Latvia, with the presentation, meetings of like-minded people in Latvian short stories from the 1960s to 70s.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. I'm really happy to be here. Hello to everybody on the other side of the screen. So, I left it open, but now I don't know how to get there.
You put it on the...
Yes, and I left it open. Sorry, digital gap. So, yeah, the title of my presentation is Meetings of So-Called Like-Minded People in Latvian Short Stories during the period of stagnation. And my research reflects on parallels and differences in short stories written by Latvian writers in the period of 1960s and 70s, when Baltic writers were engaged in quest for identity of the nation and the country and history-based roots. And the story is written by, for example, Latvian writers Zigmunds Skuiņš, Jānis Kalniņš, and Maģers Zariņš are dedicated to Latvian writers and composers, as well as foreign writers, artists, composers, who have a connection, often very sporadic, with Latvia. And one of the sub-themes of the research is biographical novels and short prose works of the stagnation period, and I'm trying to compare them with contemporary works and paying special attention to first the choice of the heroes of the works, and to define so-called internal order of the author, the publisher, or society. And next, the reconciliation of this choice with approach to the personalities of the authors of the works and the circumstances that affected the published versions of the works, and trying to find out, do they differ from manuscripts, original publications in periodicals, and later in books. And this time I would like to focus on the works by Jānis Kalniņš, who was a writer and literary scholar, and he started his career as a literary contributor to newspaper Cīņa in late 1940s during the Stalinist period. Also wrote reviews of books and theater productions, and what is important, he worked at the Institute of Language and Literature of the Academy of Sciences of the Latvian SSSR from 1956, and this is the institute that is like mother or basis of institute we are representing today, the Institute of Literature, Folklore and Arts of the University of Latvia, and he was the director of this institute for 20 years, from 1963 to 1983. And Kalniņš literary research interests being connected with Latvian dramaturgy, and it resulted in the series on the comedies of Andrejs Upīts, and he was also one of the main collaborators for the academic publication of complete writings of our poet Rainis and other works. But also, at the same time, he was the author of the different novels on Latvian writers like Andrejs Pumpurs, Rainis, Auseklis, brothers Kaudzīte, and his novels are characterized by documentary accuracy, depiction of writers' psychological collisions, and creative process against the broad background of historical events. And Kalniņš is one of the most prominent authors of that kind of novels in Latvian literature. And the second line of his creative work were fairy tales, fables, stories of legends, which solved so-called universal and philosophical problems about relationship between a man and power or officials, truth and lies, moment and eternity, and it's clearly visible in his three collections of short stories. And he has also written childhood memories, and just a year before he passed away, he managed to write a long essay about the creation of his novel Rainis in the conditions of Soviet ideology and censorship. And as I already mentioned, the period considered in the study and this paper is stagnation. So maybe a few quotes might be useful to put it some kind of theoretical and methodological frame, like Kathleen Partē and Latvian scholar Dace Udre. I will not be reading them. And also Latvian historian Daina Blējere has claimed that this could be one of the so-called uncomfortable topics, changes in the value system of society under the influence of the Soviet regime, with a specific focus on personalities. And continuing on relations between the writer and power in Kalniņš short prose, I would like to emphasize that it is not for nothing that this title can be interpreted at least in two ways. So both the writer as a protagonist and the writer as the author of the works. And it is also possible to view the relationships between a writer and the power or officials in two ways, both by identifying the influence of censorship in the publications of works and by the attitude of the author as a person towards the officials and relationships with it. And in some of the previous slides, Dace Udre claimed that in the 1970s and 80s, it was a completely different era, and also people were completely different. Like they were not some collaborationists and supporters of the regime, but the question remains, who are they and what Jānis Kalniņš was like? Was he the collaborationist or supporter of the regime, or that's three dots, because during the considered period, Kalniņš was a director, and he managed to remain being the director of the institute during 20 years in 60s, 70s, and also 80s, which almost exactly coincides with the borders of the stagnation period. Was he a supporter of the regime? Of course. And he left the institute in 1983 when the New Times has not yet arrived. And wouldn't he be suited for that, or the other way around? If you are not an opponent, then you are a supporter, or what else, as were other members of the Writers' Union, including the most popular poets, also among dissidents, a poet, Knut Skujenieks, my colleague Artis Ostops will talk later. So there are many questions in which box we can put that kind of officials and popular writers at the same time. And we have, at least for now, no evidence of any censorship intervention regarding the publications of Kalmin's short prose works. But as I mentioned before, author himself documented only the creation of his novel, Rainis, and its reception before and after publication. But interestingly, for instance, in 1964, when his novel Andrejs Pumpurs was published, and also the first volume of his childhood memories, Kalmin claimed that this book, where, I'm quoting, gradually nurtured in the long and boring meetings, lingering in the unforgettable days of everyday miracles of childhood, full of song. And the end of the quote. And here, perhaps through humor, we can find some traces of resistance. So what we can read in these lines: a leading employee is not 100% present at official meetings of the Institute, but during these meetings, he is writing memories of bourgeois Latvia. And the novel Rainis and the collection of stories, A Strange People, published in 1979, also the works published in the 1980s, rightfully places Jānis Kalmiņš among the writers described by the Estonian scholar Epp Annus, and she wrote it about the Estonian writer Jan Kross from the point of view of post-colonial theory, but it can also be applied to his other colleagues, not only in Estonia, but also in Latvia and Lithuania. She writes, I'm quoting, among the most popular writers of the Soviet era were those who turned to the national past, who wrote moderning or realist novels about important pre-national figures from past centuries. And Kross's decolonial mission was at least twofold. He presented historical figures, Estonians importantly, who were active subjects of history, foregrounding their important contributions in science, arts, or politics. And also Kalmiņš has claimed that his stories most often show the relationship between state power and the individual, also clashes. And now we can focus on one of his short stories. Turaida Spagaskrīver is the scribe of Turaida parish from the collection The Strange People, and it is a story about Latvian writer Persietis, that is pen name of Kārlis Zemītis. And in this story, power manifests itself with features of bureaucracy. Persietis is an official himself, a scribe at the parish of Turaida, and also a writer who cannot link these two identities and loses himself somewhere in between. And Jānis Kalmiņš, in an interview in 1994, claimed that I feel best when I have a devil at hand or ready-made plots. For example, I wrote about Persietis. Such a fate for him. Life crushed him. I was working at the institute at that time. I was so tired of that institute with my daily work. Well, then I wrote about it in the story about Persietis. A deep personal tragedy unfolds that remains to be explored. But Kalmiņš portrays himself as a functionary, an official, a representative of power. And we can speak about different aspects of this conflict. First of all, the honor of the official, as Kalmiņš writes, I quote, Kārlis Zemītis, the clerk of Turaida parish, did not lose anything from this obedience or kindness. He avoided people's excessive display and show of honor. He became annoyed and stingy. Also, attitudes between an official and the writer. I quote, because Zemitis was not only a scribe of Turaida parish, he was also a person who, being a civil servant, unfortunately also prepares such writings that the state does not require from him, from its civil servant, and which cannot be placed in any archive after use, because Carlos Zemitis wrote also stories and fables. And as a last aspect, it could be like the attempt to change professional life by devoting himself only to literature. And I quote, writing has not brought him any special fame or honor. It has only mixed in his blood this dissatisfaction, this conviction that the highest thing in human life is not to get into a trough full with both feet. And Carl Zemitis, or Persietis, in his short story, claims it must be stopped. In his life, he was wasted an infinite amount of paper on bureaucracy and offices. It has to end, it must end. At least some change is needed. But unfortunately, Zemitis in his story doesn't manage to do that and passes away. And this short story by Kalniņš represents a high degree of generalization about the relations of the official, the power, and the writer within the era. Would Kalniņš have wanted to represent his own time? It remains an open question. And the author has claimed that since he was very young, I'm quoting, I have been convinced that the person who will read my work needs to grow up ethically. And thinking about the Latvian nation, that, as he claimed, after regaining independence, and it's been a very important topic to him, he always thought somewhere in the background that in the entire history of the nation, well, in fact, the history of the entire world, the most important is to hold on and to endure. And with the conclusion, we can claim that Kalniņš short prose works, which portray Latvian and foreign writers and officials, as well as his biographical novels, have a view not only of the fate of the depicted personalities, a turning point in their lives and works in literature, but also of the relations of officials and functionaries and writers with the power of the 20th century. Kalniņš portrays the writer's own deep personal tragedy with a high degree of generalization, which is revealed when the writer analyzes himself as a bureaucrat, a representative of power, and focuses on the attitudes and moral categories of an official and creative personality, as a duty, respect, and honor of an official and a writer. Thank you very much. Very much looking forward to any comments or questions.
Are there any questions from colleagues, from Latvian colleagues?
Oh, they know it by heart.
We have somehow like figure of our national bard Maironis, who also had to make a decision when he writes for the nation and when he serves as a priest. And my question is, it is interesting for me, were these writers more rooters of ideological demands, or were they more the preservers, were they positive more?
If we speak about Kalniņš himself, he was not very, well, his work were popular, but he was not that kind of leader of opinion, or so-called, as we call it today. He was more like a, what we call like desk worker. He made the decisions and tried to pursue, as I mentioned, this project of collected volumes by Rainis, and he had to make decision, for instance, to comment some work of Rainis that were not officially allowed, but putting it into context of ideology, he could kind of preserve the national values, but it wasn't very public, I would say.
Thank you. We must keep our schedule.
Sure, thank you.
I invite the last speaker of this section, Ilse Jansonė from University of Latvia, and her presentation is the Remembering Soviet Religious Experience in Nora Excellen's novel Soviet Milk.
I'm afraid I will need help. Just close it. I can try probably. Well. I hope so. So, hello. Yeah, this paper is a part from my PhD thesis I'm now working on, and the thesis is about Latvian novels as literary religious texts. It's only a small part of the interpretation of the Soviet milk. I was hoping that I will be possible to present at least 3 perspectives about how Soviet religious experience is remembered within these novels, but due of the time, I will only give 1 perspective of that. Nora Exten's novel Soviet Milk is interesting precisely for its accurate reflection of Soviet spirituality from a contemporary perspective, and is thus a valuable source of interpretation in the search for an answer to the question about the Latvian understanding of divinity and religiosity. It offers an imaginative intersection of an apologetics shaped by the retrospective expression of Soviet religious experience and the reflection on it in the present. At the center of this intersection is the image of the female gynecologist, closely linked on the one hand to the maintaining of life and the person's entry in the world, and on the other to the termination of life, which is also one of the novel's protagonist's duties as a doctor. Although other issues related to religion occasionally surface in the novel, it clearly focuses primarily on woman as a source of life and death, and on the question or issue of freedom, thus reflecting also some essential perspectives of Soviet religious experience. Central to my interpretation is the understanding of imaginative apologetics as one of the features of literary religious texts. By imaginative apologetics, I understand an imaginative style of argumentation about the truth of Christianity, often explicated and defended in narrative form. That's why my aim is to analyze how imaginative apologetics used in the novel reveal remembrance of Soviet religious experience via the main plot line, life of a gynecologist. This gynecologist is one of the main characters in the novel, and she's a mother who denies her daughter her milk, not wanting to pass on to her daughter the drive for destruction inherited from the experience of a repressed father. It is after witnessing her father's suffering under Soviet soldiers that she decides to become a doctor, and as it turns out later in the novel, this education and her work as a gynecologist become her lifelong obsession. or a vocation, even if he chose to use a more religious term. This vocation is reflected in the doctor's inner monologues and also in her paradoxical work in a Soviet rural clinic. In her inner monologues, the gynecologist often relates her profession to the divine, referring to the divine truth in which many subtle mechanisms of life interact to make the fetus viable, a creation made to live and not to die. The creation of life she interprets as a mystery. The origin of life as a miracle is first of all the official rhetoric of church, for instance, Roman Catholic Church, and is based also in scriptures. In Jeremiah 1:5, and I quote, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." Soviet thinking, on the other hand, assumed that the origin of life could be explained biologically only, and that the role of the family was to create life in order to reproduce happy people who lived their happy lives, happy communist lives under the regime. Thus, this gynecologist's view is also a solution to the stereotypical popular view that there is some kind of conflict between science and faith. Just as Christian scientists explain the Big Bang in terms of God's action, opposing, for instance, the creationist view, so does the novel imaginative apologetics by revealing a similar technique. There is no real contradiction, since the origin of life is a mystery anyway, if only because only one sperm out of many makes it to the egg to fertilize it. After gynecologist is dismissed from the Leningrad Institute for a serious breach of medical ethics, dismissed also from the Riga hospital and sent to a rural clinic, abortions without anesthesia become the gynecologist's main occupation. In this way, the text also implicitly and from the modern viewpoint reflects about the pro-choice and pro-life positions. This question also resonates with the historical period depicted in the novel. One of the ethical questions about abortion is what kind of life is predicted for this child. In the case of the Soviet milk, a life in the oppressive regime, a life of a born communist. The gynecologist rather represents the pro-life position, as evidenced, for example, by the following statement. "I did not try to tell them about what I saw with my own eyes, how the little fetus shies away from the instrument that scrapes it out of the mother's womb. And that this is done by two women, both of them deliberately." She also attributes abortion to breaking a Hippocratic oath, while at the same time being aware that her patients in the rural clinic have no other choice and that the lives of these children would most likely be neither secure nor full of love. Thus, another contradiction is revealed in the image of the mother, since she has left her own child to be brought up by her mother. She has chosen to keep the child, but not to care for it. She has left this caring to her mother, which is why the mother and the old parents figure in the daughter's message of the novel. It is also no coincidence that the epigraph of the Soviet milk is a passage from the novel in which the mother and daughter talk about daughter's hamster, Bambi. He has eaten his captive-born child, and the mother explains that Bambi is a brave hamster because apparently he was trying to save the baby from its cage. Through her work in rural clinic, gynecologist is revealed as a contradictory character who, forced by circumstances, acts contrary to her convictions. The gynecologist's message also reveals her belief that she has received a well-deserved punishment for this action. There's a quotation, and the most important probably is that the opposite has happened, and because she has broken this Hippocratic oath. The mission of the doctor thus appears in these contradictions as a vocation, as a gift from a higher power to which the doctor must remain accountable despite the Soviet reality. On the other hand, the other side of the gynecologist's image is linked precisely to the life giver, a role that constitutes one of the novel's great twists and pervasive motive throughout the narrative. At the time when she is working as a young and talented gynecologist in Leningrad, she performs artificial insemination, which was an innovation to Soviet medicine and not allowed at that time. She performs this artificial insemination on her neighbor, Serafima. Serafima is a convinced Orthodox Christian. Excuse me. Serafima agrees to artificial insemination, and the experiment proves to be successful. So Serafima begins to call the gynecologist a true saint, or Vsiateya. However, the gynecologist never finds out whether Serafima has given birth, as she is forced to quit her job at the Leningrad Institute. Later, while working in a rural clinic, she sees Serafima in a dream in which the believer announces that she has lost the baby after all. Superstitiously, she accepts the dream as reality, and only at the end of the novel, after gynecologist's death, does the reader learn from her daughter's perspective that Serafima has given birth and that her daughter is attending in the gynecologist's funeral. Not only Serafima calls her a true saint, she is also compared to Our Lady, the giver of life, the healer, by a cancer patient after an operation. However, a gynecologist is absolutely confident that there is a devil or bes or a evil demon or night hag, or in Latvian it's the word Lietuvans, inside her. It is an interesting statement that fuses the notions of Baltic oral folklore with orthodoxy, but this self-description allows us to understand the gynecologist's underlying message. She is tormented. In Baltic mythology, Lietuvans, or this evil demon, the demon is a pestilent spirit, the soul of a violent or prematurely deceased person who torments the living at night. Bes is a Russian word for biblical demon, which obsesses a human being, and in Soviet context is best known by the association of the novel of Dostoevsky, Bessie, or the devils, or the possessed. As Dostoevsky points out in the letter to Apollon Maikov, the title is inspired by Gospel of Luke. This quotation from Gospel of Luke is also the epigraph of Dostoevsky's novel. The Devils can be read as critique of Russian society, in which the author rails against the nihilism that socialist, revolutionary and atheist views bring with them. In the novel, however, there is still hope that the beast will leave the Russian people and enter in the herd of pigs, as Dostoevsky himself writes about this in a letter to Michael. Parallels with the historical background of Iksten's novel also appear here. Nihilism and atheism, the Bessie, against which Dostoevsky railed, have actually won. Religiosity and the divine has been displaced from human daily life, and materialism celebrates its victory. Although the presence of Russian chauvinism, the Russian people as only bearers of faith, in Bessie is undeniable. The words put into the mouth of Stepan Trofimovich Verkhovensky allow us to look at the events of Soviet milk in a different light. I quote, "The one essential condition of human existence is that man should always be able to bow down before something infinitely great. If men are deprived from the infinitely great, they will not go on living and will die of despair." This is exactly what happens with the gynecologist in the novel Soviet Milk. Although Dostoevsky probably means the divine or great ideas by this infinitely great. And the in Ikstena's novel, it may be interpreted as freedom, and from the theological point of view, the two concepts are inextricably linked. The death of a gynecologist at the end of the novel marks a surrender to the Bessie, a surrender to the paralysis of the Soviet system. Moreover, as the events of Soviet milk show, in a situation in which the presence of God is impossible, or if acknowledged would become a criminal, even criminal offense, the gynecologist devotes herself to her profession with a zeal of religious minister. It is no coincidence that when she is forced to leave her hospital job, she confesses, "Yes, God doesn't exist. I had already confirmed that. But there's a heaven and there are stars, and I had been driven out of my paradise." End of the quote. At the very beginning of the novel, an old Jewish professor, noticing the diligence and talent of a young medical student, warns her that she must learn to accept that the key to life or death did not lie in her hands. He also insists that there is something more than existence, something that people should not mention. The same professor also asks her if she believes in God and receives the answer, I quote, "I haven't had a chance to meet him yet." And later in the novel, the gynecologist acts exactly against the professor's advice. In a situation where God has not yet been met, there's a vacuum of religiosity. Soviet man is supposed to worship human progress, not the infinitely great. And so, in accordance with the heroine's vocation and the ideology of the working class people around her, her work becomes the expression of her religiosity. In the absence of a goal, for instance, a career as a scientist, which is impossible because of the ideological obstacles, or in the absence of transcendental reference point, the gynecologist ultimately assumes the role of God herself and usurps the decision of life and death. It is this role that ultimately leads the gynecologist to her death. Neither the purpose nor the meaning of life can be found in the ideology and the system or in the alternatives it offers, but the gynecologist's own goal is destroyed by the same hypocritical system. Reading books does not help either, because no matter how much a human would want to, no human can become a god. The imaginative apologetics of Soviet milk forms an intersection between Soviet-era expressions of religiosity and its retrospection in the present. The spirituality of Soviet milk centers on forbidden Christianity, a social, situational, and cultural dictate from which certain theological beliefs emerge. On the one hand, the philosophical questions of religion are not reflected upon in depth. For example, the question of God's existence is dismissed with the argument that God has not yet been encountered. Of course, this answer could also be interpreted from many other point of views. One of that, for instance, from Protestant point of view, we can remember that in Protestantism, faith is a gift, and so the gynecologist's statement could also imply that she had not experienced any conversion, or she had not thought about the question of God's existence. On the other hand, the novel offers a deep insight into a very personal religiosity, which means to believe religiously in the vocation, try to take on the role of God in the issues about life and death, and searching for meaning of freedom in the captivity. Altogether, such a personal religiosity gives an impression of Soviet-era spirituality. Of course, this impression is not complete, because as the novel shows, even under communism, there were people who followed Christianity as much as possible. Altogether, this personal religiosity still inclines to the infinitely great, although it is usually without a name. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe you have a question? Yeah, I think.
Regarding the structure you said, if I remember the novel correctly, I read it like two or 3 years ago, so I might have blurred vision. The perspective of the daughter there and the mother are intertwined, right?
Yes.
Their identity, their perspective, and their differentiation between ideological issues, as you said. You focus on the mother in terms of her atheism and perspective on science, right? On the medicine especially. I would wonder how would you interpret that in the relation of this like cut relation with the daughter as a presence in this narrative. So does she, I don't know, undermines this perspective in your interpretation of the narrative structure, or does she strengthens it? I wonder what kind of role in the narrative, in this kind of interpretation would you feel to that?
To the daughter.
To the daughter, yeah, to the daughter's presence in this narrative.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your question. I would say that, of course, in such narrow interpretation as I was giving today, the daughter is only some mean how to show that mother is lonely and unhappy and that she cannot be she cannot live actually. If I look a bit wider, then of course they're opposites, because mother is she's linked to more to the death, to the past. She reads old books without titles, and the daughter, she's young, she's searching for something new. She's also reflecting about the past, but she has this impact from her grandparents, and so she's more tended to live. I think probably that's why mother thinks that Seraphima's baby has died, but the daughter in her mother's funeral gets to know that the daughter of Seraphima is alive and is here. So yeah, thank you for your question.
Thank you. Yes. I have read this very impressive novel translated by Laura Lukšaitė, Motinos pienas. And my impression is that this story is about some kind of orphanhood. Don't you think so?
Some kind of
orphanhood, children who are orphans.
Yes, probably, like Soviet children who are orphans because of the war or because of their parents' incapability to be parents. Probably, I would agree to your interpretation. It's how we read the novel.
So I think that thank you for all the presentations, and I would like to invite you to have a lunch near our institute building on the left side, on the right side, on Tarptautinė Street 4. And we will be back 14 o'clock to apply.
Here. We don't see that.
Yes.
Is now okay.
Yes.
Yes. They all can see. In the Zoom. Yeah.
Yes. Business.
Everyone is present. Let's continue with this section 3. And I'm happy to welcome our colleague from the University of Helsinki, Klaus Bratz. And yeah, the floor is yours. You can introduce with the title of your presentation.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Yes, I'm Klaus Bratz, and I come from Helsinki, University of Helsinki. I'm senior lecturer in comparative literature there. And my title of the presentation is The Moral Character of Ladislaus de Almaty in Michael Ondaatje's The English Patient. Well, I'm very happy to be here in Lithuania, so I thank you for the invitation to this conference. Yes. Sri Lankan-born Canadian writer Michael Ondaatje's novel, The English Patient from 1992, begins with a description of the stay of 4 people in the worn-torn villa of San Girolamo near Florence at the end of the World War II. The persons in question are Hannah, a Canadian who serves as a nurse in the Allied forces, Indian pioneer and sapper Kipral Singh, known as Kip, Canadian thief David Caravaggio, who works as an Allied spy, and Hungarian aristocrat and desert explorer Count Ladislaus de Almasi, aka the English patient. In my presentation, I shall examine the moral character of the desert explorer Ladislaus de Almasi. The novel portrays Almasi as a victim of his own passions and possessiveness. Almasi does not want to find an ethically justified balance between commitment and freedom, as his actions are guided by conflicting feelings and desires. He strives for complete freedom and independence in his life, but on the other hand, he is driven by a passionate desire to possess his mistress, Catherine Clifton. Some scholars have criticized the portrayal of Almasi as a sympathetic figure because he decides to serve the German occupation forces in North Africa. I want to show that the evaluation is strongly questionable because the novel describes Almasi's actions and ethical principles in a highly critical light, although it also makes his psychological and moral motivations understandable. In my analysis, I rely on the classification of human moral types presented by Simone de Beauvoir in her treatise, The Ethics of Ambiguity. The fact that Beauvoir's ethical views are based on first-hand testimony of wartime violence increases their value for research. When applying them, the description of the characters in Ondatie's contemporary novel is placed in temporal cross-lighting, which deepens the examination of the subject historically. Almasi is above all a person with an aesthetic attitude, in the sense Beauvoir meant, which explains his indifference to contemporary politics and to the aspirations of nation states. Almasi sees the nation states as the reason for unnecessary war, as well as for the death of his friend Maddox. His aesthetic attitude is also the basic reason for his tragic fate. The novel targets its criticism to the general human desire for ownership and conquest, which is realized not only on the mentioned individual level, but also on a broader collective level. The novel posits the human suffering produced by World War II as the result of hundreds of years of imperialistic conquering policies by powerful nation states, and therefore its critique transcends the borders of individual nations. And what is more, in offering a compelling insight into the position of Indian soldiers in World War II, the novel adds a post-colonial perspective to the tradition of the historical war novel. I will return to the novel's post-colonial themes at the end of my presentation when I compare Almasi's character and ethical principles with those of the sapper Kip. Yes. Almasi has studied in England, but only in the vastness of the desert, does he feel at home and free? In 10 years, the desert has taught him that nation states are haphazard constructions and that identities based on nationality are artificial. He considers that he has achieved his freedom after building an identity free of time and place. For him, Second World War is the result of imperialist states striving to increase their power and possessions. For him, freedom means independence from owning, naming things, and mapping land areas. The desert is a symbol of freedom understood in this way in the story. Since Almasi is indifferent to the aspirations of nation states and sees them merely as harmful to people, he has an aesthetic attitude in the sense intended by Beauvoir. For him, the desert is a sacred place that reveals the randomness of history as desert winds sweeps away all traces left by humans. For him, the past of the desert peoples and the art history of Italy are much more interesting than the current political situation. He considers the war in the desert to be just another random event in the history of North Africa and an unsuccessful attempt to draw the borders of nation states in the timeless sand of the desert. Herodotus, who is called the father of historical research, turns out to be Almasi's role model. Almasi carries his books, the histories, historiae, with him until his deathbed. Almasi has slipped maps and fragments from other sources and made notes in several different languages into its pages. He is fascinated by the fact that Herodotus lives his life and observes the preoccupations of nations as an outside observer. Herodotus is an authority for Almasi, whose worldview provides significant support for his aesthetic attitude. Catherine Clifton is Almasi's opposite in character in many ways, even though she is his mistress. Almasi loves the desert, but Catherine loves parks and historical gardens. In the novel, the desert is a metaphor for outsideness and detachment, and the garden for rootedness and traditions. Social life with its traditions, customary manners, and established relationships are also important to Catherine. She does not want to divorce her husband, Geoffrey Clifton, who through his noble family is strongly connected to the so-called English machine. Along with Geoffrey, the same conservative machinery includes an Anglican priest who blesses the war efforts in his sermons. For Almasi, however, conventions and traditions are irrelevant. The novel is a treatise on the problematic nature of the aesthetic attitude and the perniciousness of passion in the sense intended by Beauvoir. Almasi works according to an aesthetic attitude in his love relationships as well. He compares love relationships to the gradual destruction of buildings as well as to the constant change of natural landscapes. However, Almasi treats Catherine differently than he says and is thus an unreliable narrator. He is thrust into a conflicting situation after meeting Catherine. Her passion challenges his aesthetic attitude and his reluctance to commit and possess. Catherine has become the object of his passion, whose life he desperately tries to save without caring about anything else. Since the English do not offer to pick up the severely injured Catherine from the cave, Almasi sells his services to the Germans. For Almasi, only Catherine, the object of his passionate feelings, matters to him and not the rest of the world at all, which attitude is typical of a passionate person according to Beauvoir. The immorality of Almasi's actions is also evident from the fact that even though Catherine's death seems more than likely, Almasi allies himself with the Germans. He helps German espionage and gets a trip back to the swimmer's cave as a reward to find Catherine. Caravaggio even thinks that Almasi's actions caused many people to die unnecessarily. Completely oblivious to the consequences for others of his desperate quest to save Catherine, Almasi has become a passionate person in Beauvoir's sense. Almasi is a conflicted character because he hates being owned, but still passionately wants to own Catherine. He criticizes his colleagues' desire to map the soils they found in the desert, but still wants to conquer Catherine for himself. Almasi's desire to know what the jugular pit, this one, is called in medicine is a metaphor for the passionate desire to possess. By naming Catherine's body parts, Almasi seems to try symbolically to take her as his own. In doing so, however, he acts against his principles of freedom and non-ownership. All in all, the novel portrays Almasi as someone who cannot find a balance between independence and commitment. Continuing a relationship with Catherine, the object of his passion, would require him to commit to the relationship, deny his most important principles, and reform his ideas about society, cultural traditions, and community. However, he is unable to give up his aesthetic attitude and create a harmonious and generous relationship with his beloved. Passionate love does not make him authentically free yet, because he does not understand his responsibility towards Catherine and other people. In the end, passionate love completely rules his judgment, and he sells himself to the Germans. He imagines that he lives independent of the world, the present, politics, cultural traditions, and other people. But the novel shows in the spirit of Beauvoir's ethics that being like this is impossible from the point of view of decent human life. Positioning yourself on the outside is always also an act and a political stance, says Beauvoir. According to her, we cannot avoid the fact that we are always on the inside. To complete the overall picture of the ethical structure of Ondaatje's novel, I will next examine Kipral Singh's relationship with his ethnic background. It has been part of Kip's family tradition for centuries that the first son becomes an officer, the second a doctor, and the third a lawyer. Many Sikhs enlisted in the British Army and police forces between the mid-19th century and India's independence in 1947. Kip's older brother defies both his parents and the British authorities by refusing to join the army and choosing nationalism as his guiding star. After the older brother refuses to go to the army, the task falls to the next son in order of age, Kip. Kip ends up as a sapper in the British forces in Europe. Kip is like the serious-minded person defined by Beauvoir because he does not want to act against his parents' wishes and commits to traditional values and thus gives up the opportunity to freely decide his own life. Although he faces discrimination in military training in England because of his ethnicity, he does everything he can to succeed as a soldier, as is traditionally expected of a Sikh obedient to the British. However, he experiences a moral conversion when he hears on the radio that an atomic bomb has been dropped on Hiroshima. He is sure that the Americans would not have dropped a bomb causing as much suffering on the people of some Western nation. In his rage, he almost shoots Almasi because he wrongly believes he is English. He feels that dropping the atomic bomb is not only a means to end the violent war in Southeast Asia, but also an indication of the racism of the Western man. Knowledge of the atomic bomb makes Kip change the direction of his life. He finally decides on his life independently, resigns from his position as a pioneer, travels back to India, becomes a doctor and starts a family. In other words, Kip manages to give up his seriousness and make an authentically free choice because of his heavy experience. Kip's reaction to Almasi, whom he believes is English, is a central part of the novel's critique of colonialist and imperialist politics. The novel reminds us that India, Southeast Asia, and North Africa have been targets of Western imperialism, and that the struggles of Europe and North Africa in the Second World War were its heirs. Kip's anger more broadly reflects the feelings aroused in Indian people by the British policy of conquest and reminds us that the history of allies is not clean either. Almasi's opinions are strongly anti-nationalist, while Kip's dislike is more specifically aimed at British imperialism and the condescending attitude of Western people. Yes. In an agitated state of mind, Kip says that the English were even the initiators and teachers of violent imperialist politics. American philosopher John Rawls has presented an interpretation of the fate of Hiroshima and the terrorist bombings of Japanese cities, an interpretation that clearly resembles Kip's view. Rawls considers that the task of war management in a democratic society include considering what kind of values it wants to promote. For him, dropping the atomic bomb on Hiroshima was a big mistake because it was not necessary to end the war. Therefore, according to him, President Truman failed as a statesman. Rawls reminds us of the saying that a politician thinks about the next election, but a statesman thinks about future generations. In summary, it can be interpreted that Almasi, in his criticism of nation states and in his pursuit of full independence from time and place, is unable to consider the wishes and needs of other people. He mistakenly imagines that complete aloofness and giving up possessions would guarantee him freedom. Such a freedom corresponds more to Jean-Paul Sartre's conception of achieving freedom only by separating from other people than to Beauvoir's definition of freedom that takes account of other people equally. Although the novel does not answer unequivocally how harmony between freedom and commitment can be found, Kip's decision to resign from the service of the Allies, return to India, and work as a doctor for his local community is an effort towards balance and authenticity. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions in the audience? So if I may ask, how did you choose this novel? Is it like you've been in the...
Well, actually, this is part of my bigger project. I have studied war novels lately, modern war novels of English and German war novels, and I'm interested in this kind of unauthentic characters in them. So this was actually the first one I studied, and that started the project, so to speak, or gave inspiration for it. So.
Are you also including any Finnish novels?
No, I'm just comparing the German and English novels, the civilian portrayals in them. So this is a part of a larger sort of effort to understand the civilians, how civilians, what they thought about the world during the Second World War.
Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
And I'd like to welcome Camilla Berningsotti from University of Bologna.
Okay.
She present? Have we got any information? Yes. Do you have any information? Good. Oh no, you don't have any news. Okay, then my colleague Artis Ostops from the Institute of Literature, Folklore and Arts of the University of Latvia, and he's also soon will be getting PhD degree at the University of Tartu. You are, I think you are. It's on. There.
That's share screen. And yeah, and there's slides.
Okay, hello everyone. So the theme of my presentation today is the theme of my presentation today is the poetic representations of traumatic experience, and the title that I initially proposed was Poetics of Witnessing, but if I could change it now, I would probably call it Material Poetics of Witnessing, because one of my most recent interests in studying trauma in Latvian literature is precisely focusing on the material effects of different atrocities, both Nazi and Soviet atrocities, and this has this has a particular reason. My observation is that especially during the second half of 20th century in Latvian literature, if trauma was addressed at all, it was very frequently addressed in direct relation to nature or to nature or to environment, more broadly speaking. And more recently, I think writers in Latvian, at least in Latvian literature, are emphasizing more these like mental, strictly mental aspects of traumatic experience. And when I think about trauma theory, I noticed that during the 1990s, which was the period which is now called the period of classic trauma theory, it was this theory was kind of created by these Yale-based critics like Jeffrey Hartman, Shoshana Fellman, and probably the most famous one, Kathy Carrot. And these scholars were very much influenced by writings by Freud and Derrida, and basically they worked on this nexus between psychoanalysis and deconstruction. And what I took from psychoanalysis was this idea that representation of trauma is always belated and in some way distorted. And from deconstruction, they took this basic principle that the reality is always escaping our science systems, and trauma in that context would be the most paradigmatic, unspeakable experience, so to speak. And all of these scholars were the keyword of their writing during 1990s was knowledge. So they were speaking about trauma as a very specific object of knowledge making, something that escapes direct representation and is usually available through different experimental aesthetics when it comes to literature. And Paul Celan, which is one of the authors which is one of the poets that I'm talking about today, was involved in these discussions because his poetry was often presented as a good example of unspeakable trauma or trauma that changes poetic language entirely. And and I think this kind of interpretation, which focuses solely on linguistic experimentation and this kind of unreadable mind behind the text, is something that we should rethink today, because as we work in humanities, after the material turn, how it's called, then I think it would be necessary also to rethink how we approach trauma. Maybe we could approach trauma in more, let's say, material way. And I think the potential for that is already in the classic texts about trauma. Kathy Carrot, in her book Acclaimed Experience, engages with this story told by Freud. Freud references Torquato Tasso's poem, a long poem. I think it was published in 1500s, and it's about the liberation of Jerusalem. And The main hero of this long poem is called Tancred, and in one of the episodes he accidentally kills his beloved Clorinda, because Clorinda for some reason was dressed up as an enemy knight, and he confused her for an enemy and killed her. And later, together with his knights, he travels through this kind of magic forest, and then he slashes with his sword at a tree. And so it happens that Clorinda is somehow imprisoned on this tree, and again accuses Tancred of killing her. And when Carrot revisits this parable mentioned by Freud, she focuses specifically on the wound and the voice, on the relationship between injury and representation, and she speaks basically about wounded psyche entirely, and she misses this material aspect present in this story, where you have an actual tree which somehow stands in for a traumatized person, and this blind spot was recently noticed by Hubert Zapf, German eco-critic, where he states that in this story, actually, the tree becomes a metaphoric other of the female heroine, and the wound of the human body merges with the wound of the tree in giving voice to otherwise silent suffering. So he actually notices the crucial role of this tree, this very basic natural element present in the story. And I think today it's for trauma researchers, maybe I'm the only one here, but for trauma researchers today, it's a very good it's very good time to be working on different trauma narratives or poetic representations of trauma, because recently there's a new trend in trauma studies which focuses specifically on these material aspects and effects of traumatic situations. And here I have a very inspiring, to my mind, quote by this Turkish scholar Denise Gindogan Ibrishim, where she takes this idea from posthumanism that all the subjects are fundamentally relational subjects, so they are not imprisoned in their own psyche or in their own body, but they are actually a part of a wider network of signification and experience. And so we could also look at traumatized subjects in this exact manner, trying to identify those situations when they actually try to externalize their suffering through, let's say, images of nature, which is my interest today. And the two poets that I chose, well, they are quite well known. But, well, of course, Paul Celan is a internationally well-known poet of trauma. He was his parents, his Jewish family, his parents were actually killed during the Holocaust. While he himself survived, he managed to escape the labor camp where he was imprisoned. And after the war, he settled in Paris and continued to write very dense, enigmatic, fragmentary poems, creating this, trying to represent this very dark mood of living after the Holocaust. And Knut Squeenix is quite different. I think this is probably the first time when both of these poets are put together in one context. But Knuts Kujnieks is one of the best known poets in Latvia, and he was during 1960s, from 1962 until 1969, he was imprisoned in a labor camp in Mordovia in Russia, where he wrote a lot of poetry. He also translated modernist poetry, and we can actually see in his case how a romantic-minded poet turns into a modernist in a gulag camp, and how he also uses modernist techniques to engage with the surrounding nature and kind of try to diffract his suffering through nature. And I think this is something that connects both Kujnieks and Cēlāns, because they use very like basic, culturally like loaded even terms to express their experiences. And in case of Cēlāns today, I would like to show some examples how he uses the image of earth in his poetry. It probably needs to be mentioned that earth, at least in German culture and in German politics and history, is something that has a very strong meaning, because for Nazi regime, earth was, or land or soil was it was a major part of the whole Nazi mythology, and Germans kind of took pride in reforming earth to their needs, and I think it's not a coincidence that Cēlāns quite extensively works with this image of earth. And for example, in this short poem, he calls the earth black, and thus connecting it to death and trauma. And he also mentions the wound, which is also mentioned by Freud and Carroll, but here it is mentioned in a kind of more material way. And yeah, here I have another poem from his poetry collection Niemand's Rose, published in 1963. This is one of his most famous poems, where he uses the image of rose to convey this feeling of being kind of human beings left alone without any salvation and God and so on. And this poem probably is more important. This is one of his most famous poems, where he describes quite directly, I would say, describes this experience of being imprisoned in a labor camp and doing forced labor, and which often meant also for the inmates digging up their own graves. And here he has a very, very close connection with this black earth of German power, where the supposedly Jewish prisoners have to dig up this earth so they could later sleep there. And what I think is crucial here is the third stanza, where he writes that they dug and heard nothing more, they didn't grow wise, invented no song, thought up no language for themselves, they dug Basically, Zeland here is describing this very frequent motif in Holocaust testimonies, where inmates are forced to recognize that they cannot really transcend this materiality of the camp. They are kind of reduced even to this material environment, and they see nothing beyond it. And it also means this. It often means that they lose faith and hope and sense of something, like sense of possibly a divine power even. And yeah, this is also something that this is a motif that also comes up in Latvian literature when it deals with Holocaust experience. And for Skujenieks, another element is very important, and it is trees. He has many poems about trees and about connection between humans and trees in this specific Gulag situation. And here he addresses some questions to a tree, and yeah, similarly to Celan, he places this material reality inside the human being, because in Celan, the first line was, there was earth inside them. So the earth is also inside the human being here. There's no escape from the earth. And Skujenieks has a similar logic in his poem, where this tree, which he sees daily in his imprisonment, is also kind of incorporated in his, it becomes a part of his subjectivity. And yeah, as far as I know, when Skujenieks was in this labor camp, he often worked with trees. He had to cut wood and bring it to some other place or something like that. Yeah, so he lived in very close relationship to Mordovia's trees. Yes, and this is my last example, a longer poem. It actually rhymes in Latvian, but this is my messy translation done yesterday. And here we see that trees are kind of allies of the prisoner, but they also have a different temporality about them, because the people will die perhaps rather soon, but the trees will live on, and actually the human being can learn something from these trees, this sense of endurance, which was also mentioned in Jānis's paper. I think Latvian writers during the Soviet occupation were quite obsessed with finding at least some kind of hope and power to endure, and this is also which is addressed in Skujenieks' poem. And my concluding remarks would be that in both poets, nature plays a crucial role, but with different emphases. For example, in Celan's No One's Rose, rose is a striking image of a rose blooming from nothingness, and it probably represents this feeling of being alone without any divine presence. And I guess in Skujenieks' case, the elements of nature are used in a more, let's say, positive way, as something that, yes, on the one hand, they kind of participate in this misery. You have to cut wood, you have to bring it somewhere. It's hard labor. It's cold outside, but at the same time, for Skujenieks, this harsh Russian nature also shows some example how to endure this situation. And yeah, this is also something that comes up in other texts about Gulag written by other authors, and also in different genres, this need to learn something from nature, to transcend nature. Yeah, thank you.
Seeing now in the metaphor, yes, as he puts on the name, in the name of his poetry collection, Sekla Sniega, the feeling of the future life that will live not you, but something that is connected with you. And I think that the strength that human beings are catching from the nature, from trees, is very typical to the Lithuanian and Latvian poets because of the relation of the folk songs and
yeah. Yeah, it has been said before by others that Skujenieks was very much influenced by folklore, and not just Latvian folklore, but also folklore of other nations. And yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why he writes about nature so much. And yes, Sekla Sniega, I actually have the original publication here with me. The Sekla Sniega, or Seed in Snow in English, it's also a very kind of paradoxical title, right? Because usually no one plants seeds in the snow, but I think for Skujenieks, this metaphor of seed in snow captures this this situation where you have to live on despite all the despite these extreme living conditions. So it's planting a seed in snow despite that it's
impossible.
Or impossible, probably, yeah.
Questions? Thank you. Presentation. I would like to ask you about the God in Celan's poetry. You said that there is the absence of God or divine presence or something like that, but as I see, it's full of God, that Celan's poetry, and he addresses God, and some poems are like prayers or something like that. So could you still tell us what you think about the God's presence or absence?
Yeah.
More in detail. Appreciate
it. Yeah, of course, the image or the question of God comes up quite a lot in Celan's poetry, and he also uses different references to Judaism as well. I'm definitely not an expert of religious connotations in poetry, but I think in the context of my presentation, the most important thing is that he speaks about this absence of God when he also speaks about this very traumatizing material conditions. Yeah, my sense is that he's suggesting that during these like, I don't know, I can't even imagine being in his situation, of course, but I think he's saying that when you are, let's say, in a labor camp, you don't even have time to think about God, or you don't have any you lose your belief in God. Yeah. Yeah, it would be actually interesting to read more about God in Terence poetry. Maybe he has also some kind of more positive approach to divinity, because in these poems that I quoted today, basically he's speaking about God, but God in absence. So God is always absent in these poems.
Yeah. Thank you, Artis. So is it time for another coffee break? So we'll be back in.
Do we have a long break or do we have?
It's 40 minutes, or we can do less?
You could, I mean, do we short move or lengthen the?
Well, I think the section 4, it's online presentation, so it should start at 3:50. It's
So you are talking about today?
yes.
So if someone who won't attend this talk section, please come, we are waiting for you. Please come to the TS, to the restaurant at 7 o'clock.
7 p.m. Right. But this section doesn't start because we finished this one.
Yeah.
Okay, listen.
So I think that I say that.
Man atrodo, čia mikrofono neišjungia.
Thank you. First of all,
So, good evening. It is good evening. It is the last meeting of this conference, and now we have only two presenters. And the first is Sveta Anthony from University of Delhi, and she will present a paper on the topic discursive rifts as perception, a case study of the representations of Israel-Palestine conflict. Please. There is no sound. We can't hear you. Kas?
Čia pas mus specialiai yra balsų. Pas mus yra balsų, bet kažkas
Can you hear me now?
We hear you, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So thank you so much for the introduction. Before I move on to the paper, I thank the Lithuanian Comparative Literature Association and the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore for this opportunity. I was hoping to be there in person, but could not due to some problems with the visa processing. And I thank Laura for all your support, and your patience is deeply appreciated. Now I'll move on to my paper. This paper engages with the sense of the ways in which conflict is represented and remembered in particular contexts across time and space. How do these conflicts verging on violence impact the society and the idea of community? And how far can academic and disciplinary interventions lend its theoretical tools to understand its afterlives? Is it possible to articulate coherently the experience of trauma? If there are attempts at representations through various media, can it be considered as resistance? This paper attempts to answer these questions, and towards that end, this paper, divided into 3 sections, will begin from the various representations of Israel-Palestine conflicts, beginning from the evocation of the image of watermelon in recent events such as at the Khan's red carpet, to its depictions through art. The paper will then go on to analyze 2 literary texts, Hassan Hanafani's novella Returning to Haifa, and which was first published in 1969, and Adania Shibli's novella Touch, which was published in 2010. So I'm trying to connect the various ways in which the Israel-Palestine conflict has been represented by studying a text from 1969, then a text from 2010, and looking at the contemporary representations of the Israel-Palestine conflict to the circulation of the images of watermelon in the social media platforms. Apart from Israel-Palestine being the site of conflict represented in these texts, the thread connecting them is the way in which displacements arising out of the conflict is represented in myriad ways. The focus is on how the tangible bodily experiences become intangible and incoherent, and the psychological responses that is delayed in most case scenarios. Ambivalence therein is articulated through various narrative strategies, and the paper highlights a few. So this refers to the first part of my writing, the rifts in the articulation of conflict. Now, one instance that I begin from is referring to the period of conflicts in 1967 in the wake of the Six-Day War, when the Israel imposed a ban on using the Palestinian flag, and it was made an offense in Gaza and the West Bank to use the flag for protests or for demonstrations. So in such a scenario, the Palestinians used and held up watermelons because it has all the colors of the flag, red, green, black, and white, and this icon still continues to make its presence felt in ingenious ways. Yes, it was in 1967 that Israel seized control of West Bank and Gaza and annexed East Jerusalem. But the unique sensation that is evoked when holding on to a piece of watermelon as a means of resistance and solidarity, even in 2024, needs to be explored further. This particular aspect is engaged with critically by alluding to the phenomenon called synesthesia. This is a peculiar yet real corporeal phenomenon that causes sensory crossovers, such as tasting colors or feeling sound. It is a unique capacity found in certain individuals, and it is known to activate two or more senses where there is only a reason to activate one sense. What happens when the image of the sliced up watermelon is evoked many a times through various media? It creates a poignant sensation wherein one is made to acknowledge the experience of holding onto a piece of watermelon, which is an act that evokes the quotidian, nothing out of the ordinary. But in this case scenario, the reaction to the same is exceptionally different and beyond the ordinary. A piece of watermelon can connect to your senses, such as that of touch, sight, smell, and taste. But when we are consuming this particular image, the sense of immediacy attached to the sensory perceptions leads on to an alternative cognitive experience wherein one is made privy to the long and checkered history of the Israel-Palestine conflict and how this piece of truth as an icon transforms the ambivalence attached to the processing of the memories of conflict and trauma. There is a hidden element of subversion, revolution, and solidarity here, the simple image of sliced watermelon. Now, I move on to Present Kanapani. In his work, Returning to Haifa, we encounter a sort of an allegorical journey of a couple, Said and Safia, who goes back to Haifa after the 1967 war to look for their child, little Kalbin, who they were forced to leave behind amidst the chaos and violence in the war of 1948. Haifa was the third largest city and a territory that exists in the memory of the people indigenous to the area. However, in the conversations that ensues after they cross the Mandelbaum Gate to enter Haifa from Ramallah, the readers are forced to think about where Haifa is now. Particularly as they enter the space, Said says, and I quote, "This is Haifa, Safia," end quote. As if they are tourists who are exploring a new place, and then later in the narrative, Said says, "I know this Haifa, but it refuses to acknowledge me." And my analysis is in a way juxtaposed between these two sentences. Kanafani's use of the images of doors and gates in the narrative is crucial because, in a way, the gates become a checkpoint for transcending the corporeality, physicality, and experientiality. As Haifa has a space does not exist in physical terms, or Haifa as a geographical or geophysical space is no longer a geopolitical space. Haifa becomes a gray area because as far as Israel is concerned, Haifa does not exist. And for the Palestinians, it does. Or in other words, Haifa becomes a third space for Said and Safia, a space which is not rooted in reality, but a collected, fluid memory. It is at this instance that I would like to explore the concept of proprioception. This term is defined as the perception of body position and movements in three-dimensional space. For example, while eating, one needs to reach for food and bring it to the mouth. There are two different mechanisms at work, vision and proprioception, that is body position and movements going along with the sensation of vision. The overall proprioceptive performance of an individual is determined by the quality of both the available proprioceptive information and an individual's proprioceptic ability. In more simpler terms, it is the ability of the body to use position, sense, and respond to stresses imposed on the body. How does this apply to individuals who are revisiting the sites of conflicts and trauma? For instance, crossing the Mandelbaum Gate is a proprioceptive performance. However, the memory of the conflict and trauma of leaving behind their only child invokes in them a transcending of the three-dimensional space because in their corporeality, they can never return to Haifa as their bodies still hold on to the residual memory. And I know this Haifa, but it doesn't acknowledge me. Makes sense. Now, when we move to Adania Shibli's text Touch, it takes off from Said's statement to ask the question, where exactly is trauma located? This narrative is surrealistic as opposed to the journalistic writing that is often associated with Kanafani. So when you're looking at the text returning to Haifa, he uses literary techniques of evoking imageries, evoking symbolism, which are often associated with realism. Whereas when you come to Shibli's text, she's working with the high modernist literary techniques. Through the evocations of political themes, contextualizing the conflict within the dynamics of a family, Touch stands out because of the literary techniques that are used. Even when the everyday is the focus, she borrows extensively from the modernist movement of existentialism, and her work seems to engage with this question, are we slaves to habits? Which it is again a feature associated with the theater of the absurd. So are we slaves to habits? If yes, when violence transforms into a habit, when conflict is a part of your everyday, how do you process it? In other words, Shibli, through her work, questions the spectacularization of violence and trauma in the representations of Palestinians and offers as an alternative perception to engage with the everyday. Everyday that is submerged in conflicts. We are introduced to the inner workings of an unnamed girl through 5 sections titled Colors, Silence, Movement, Language, and the Wall. And the wall here evokes the Mandelbaum Gate in the earlier stories. There are similarities between stories in that sense. The first section, Colors, questions the drabness associated with spectator. How does each color articulate an aspect of herself, especially her interventions like, and I quote from the text, black swallowed all the colors. Another intervention is, and I quote, the colors were in a comma. And this particular section ends with this statement. The borders of a wedding dress blended into the wall behind her, but now, against the black of the street and the blue of the sky, the white could be seen. The question then is white a color or an absence of color? You will notice here how the life of a young girl who is entering marriage is in a way contextualized by the kind of belatedness or a kind of unsentimentality that is portrayed to the evocations of these colors. The second section, silence, is about sounds and revolves around the commotion surrounding the Sabra and Shatila massacre, where she loses her brother. The incomprehensibility of the loss and death is the speaking silence, which leads her on to a world void of sounds. So she becomes catatonic, and there comes a phase where she cannot hear anything. So she enters a world of silence. That's a sort of a physiological response to trauma. And I quote a few instances from this section to highlight how the dynamics between sound and silence. For instance, the massacre itself was violent and very loud. And once she realizes that her brother is dead, she is dead to the world of sounds. And I'll quote a few instances from this section to highlight this further. The little girl listened very closely to the dead brother, but silence was all there was of him forever. And then she recalls her relationship with her brother and says, and I quote, love occurred in secret, but it became apparent when the oldest son listened more intently than the others to the fourth sister as she explained the colors and which should go where in rooms, end quote. And this is also important because it is in this section that we are introduced to the game of evolve. Evolve is love reverse. And in the later section, there is this idea that this girl is violated by a stranger by evoking the game of evolve. So there is trauma being encountered on multiple levels in the narrative, but all of that is in a way engulfed in a sort of a silence or a lack of sentiments or reaction from this unnamed girl. Another instance from this section is silence could not be any more silent or worse. So strangely, this is also the section where there is the reference to the game of evolve. And ironically, the section ends with these lines. And we see her, it is narrated that the girl is sitting on a metal bench facing the sea. And the narrative goes thus. The plastic's movement was as supple as a mermaid's, and just as the mermaid's price for leaving the sea for dry land was eternal silence, so the bag's price for entering the sea was eternal silence. This was silence as a price. Another silence was a punishment from everyone, or, as in the case of the father, silence was inevitable. As for the silence of her marriage, that was voluntary. The call to prayer ended. End quote. So this section ends with that. This engagement with an inability to process what is happening in the everyday life can be further explored by looking at some of the key concepts associated with trauma studies, particularly the ideas articulated by Kathy Cook, who says that trauma is an unassimilated event that shatters identity and remains outside normal memory and narrative representation. She argues, and I quote, traumatic experience beyond the psychological dimensions of suffering it involves suggests a certain paradox. The most direct seeing of a violent event may occur as an absolute inability to know it. That immediacy, paradoxically, may take the form of belatedness. So there is a way in which a person going through trauma will be able to process the trauma later on, and there are triggers that initiate this process. So in this particular narrative, we find in each section certain triggers that make the girl go back to her past or revisit traumatic events in her life, specifically the evocation of the wall and the game of evolve. Because there is a way in which Shibli says that love doesn't make any sense anymore, this word. The next section is titled Movement, and it engages with the psychological, especially claustrophobia and emotional paralysis in the midst of the personal, political, and the religious. While the section titled Language, which is the next one, poignantly captures the possibility of imagining oneself out of this trauma, projecting out. And the last section, The Wall, begins with this quote. The bride sits on the bridal seat all alone, embracing the wall with her eyes. End quote. This moment is quite poignant because there is a way in which her entire life is contextualized by this wall. And the idea that she is married and has to go away is looked at very strangely by this girl who chooses to watch the wall rather than bid farewell to her family. This hence is a surreal moment which captures the intangibility, even the fact that the novel is titled Touch. In the analysis of this text, what comes to the fore is the notion of kinesthetic, which pertains to non-verbal behavior related to the movement either of any part of the body or the body as a whole. However, the protagonist is a detached voyeur, and through a deliberate distancing, she questions the norm. There is a dearth of sentimentality, but there is an unnerving, uneasy urgency. This could be understood to the idea of spectator positioning, in which through which Kathy Carew kind of introduces this idea that we cannot understand conflict or violence, the violence through a monolithic lens or through a singular lens. There is a way in which, particularly, she argues in her work Positions, where she talks about how the victim looks at trauma, the perpetrator looks at trauma, and the witness looks at trauma. And as a sort of a juxtapositioning of these positions, she brings in the idea of a spectator positioning. And to a great extent, Adania Shibli's work, by evoking these narrative strategies, is trying to question the way in which Palestine is often represented with a sense of spectacularization, with a sense of spectacle, violence and conflict becoming a spectacle. Now, when we're looking at these three, the use of a watermelon as an icon and the other two texts, we can see that there are various narrative techniques that helps us come to terms with conflict and the notion that the experience of conflict can only be narrated through unique narrative strategies. And I'll end my presentation through the words of Shibli. I quote her here: "Other people don't have words for their rest, but something else. A wall, a pavement, a tree, a stone, endless minor objects that turn into the place where they practice their practice their humanity, a place where opposition cannot reach or destroy. Thank you.
Thank you for the nice presentation. So are there questions? I think that every nationalism or ideological movement is related to some symbols or perceptive images, and the conflict of Israel and Palestine may seem as a conflict of religion, ideology, and you show that there are some proprioceptive meaning. Is there some inner level of this conflict, and can we solve this conflict without war or with some kind of collaboration or discussion? Is there some hope for solution of this conflict?
Thank you for the question. It's quite an intriguing one. As a scholar, I cannot imagine how this conflict can be resolved, because there are a lot of hegemonic structures involved in the conflict. But what interests me as far as this particular conflict is concerned is the way in which humanity has responded to the conflict through multiple ways, ranging from, let's say, street plays to graffiti to songs to narratives, literary narratives, and also to the extent wherein they kind of ingeniously incorporate their solidarity, let's say, through their sartorial sense. For instance, when you're looking at the recent Cannes Red Carpet event, we find Kate Blanchett designing her gown using the three colors, red, green, white, four colors, sorry, white, black, red, and green. And then there was an actress from India, Kani Kusalvi, who was carrying an accessory, an accessory shaped that she has custom made to resemble a watermelon, sliced watermelon. So these are subtle ways in which the solidarity, universal solidarity with this particular conflict or with Palestine is articulated. And I guess I see hope in that, but I cannot really say how we can end the conflict, because there are a lot of parties involved in it. But I believe that art becomes a way out to some extent, and art is a revolution. Art can be resistance as well.
Thank you. Thank you.